Oh, that's not good. I can change it here. All right. Okay. Let me change my audio.
Koszulę twoją znalazłam, uprałam, ale ty masz uświniony garnitur. Spodnie od garnituru masz uświnione, trzeba je wyczyścić.
Right. Off a good start. I think should be fine. Oh, someone joined. All right. A bit louder should be fine. Right. I think for now I'm just gonna switch to my main account. And yeah, we're pretty much waiting for CRL. Let me check my scenery. Alright. Should be good enough. Did Pi qualify? No, Pi did not qualify. Umgepusht qualified. This guy? Yeah, 1437, just barely. Shio didn't qualify as well. Did Micro qualify? Let me check that. Did he remove me from friend list? I don't know. Swords did not qualify, yeah. He actually might have removed me. I don't know. He was like clearing his friend list. It is what it is. Oh no, he didn't. Okay, so Micros also didn't kick me. Interesting. Alright, so yeah, today we're gonna be spectating Clash Royale League. And first stage of it, which technically is a second one, but like first official one, is gonna be a Swiss bracket. First stage of obviously being the ladder. You have to achieve like top 1500 on ladder to qualify to the CRL. I didn't manage to make it this month. Gonna be trying next month and so on and so forth. So today we're gonna be spectating. Crazy V2, he didn't check in. Alright. Umgepusht, I'm only assuming he checked in and he's ready to go. Ready online. I think this guy also did not make it. Yeah, this guy also didn't make it. 3Vas. I know he's like one of the admins. For the thingy. For the Clash tournaments. I used to play those. Yeah, for now we're gonna just be waiting. I assume I can share my screen. Oh yeah, I can do something that I used to do. I can pretty much just open Stats Royale on my mobile, and on that's statsroyale.com, and we'll be able to spectate matches live. I think that's gonna be the swift plan for today. Okay, let's open the ranking, and oh, because we're like, it's the previous month, like current month, we're gonna be just starting in a moment's notice. We'll see how it's gonna go. Obviously we're cheering for the Polish players like Tytoń, like InThrill. Also I'm gonna be checking out my friend list here and there, but those are gonna be like two main targets to spectate. As they did not manage to that point last month, they both made to the group stage. Unfortunately they got kicked out very early, so kinda sucks. We'll see how it's gonna go this month. Hoping for the best for the boys. Let's drop it. Right. First things first, let's get rid of that. Pretty sure that matches are already announced. Tytoń will be facing Douglas. InThrill will be facing God. Funny matchup. Get pushed. Will be facing Anaban. Wow. Oh, that's a very unlucky match, number one. Anaban, definitely not in his best shape of all time. He used to be very good at around 2019, 2018, where like Lumberloon Freeze was a rampant force on ladder. Definitely not the case right now, but still, he remains a very good player. So, one of my friends definitely in a very crazy matchup, and I think Micro just didn't decide to show up, so we won't be spectating him. Sucks. And Juicy will be... Oh! Whoa! Oh, there's no way, right? Juicy J will be playing as well. Wow. Alright. That's very interesting. Juicy J will be playing. I thought he's gonna be covering the monthly finals and like still be a show, like crazy stuff. So Juicy is back to the competitive. Alright. Alright. That's not EN77. Let's actually check whether there are like interesting round 1 matchups. Novak Djokovic. Wait, that's the account of someone who got like banned recently, right? Like it wasn't Betfast's account. Bro, I completely forgot who this was. Let me check it on Royal API actually. Royal API. Yep, pro. Oh, it's Asaf. Yeah, it's Asaf. Right, so that's gonna be this guy. Pompeo will be facing one of the Japanese dudes. Who is this, by the way? Okay. #9C ADV RGL. Correct? Oh, it's just a random Japanese guy. I mean, he's not random, he made it to the 1500 on ladder, so he has to be good, but like, no one special, like, no Guriko, no Mugi, no Ta. Yo, that's another guy from my friend list, and he's gonna be facing Adriel in round number 1. Yo. Did he actually make it? I'm gonna actually check it. I don't think he made it. Check real quick. I'm here. Oh, he didn't make it. He didn't make it. He's not online as well. Whoa. Last season? 1700? How is he there? He shouldn't be playing CRL. Alright. That's a cheesy way to get into CRL. Like, this guy literally will be playing in CRL, despite not being top 1500. Interesting. Alright. Jonach, Dominic versus Sanchez. Alright. Interesting matchup. Sanchez usually known for his like good coaching calls, not playing in competitive, but I guess. Oh, and matches are already there, so like Tytoń still not in the game, and so is not the InThrill. Alright. So I guess let's watch for one of those to start us. We're gonna be kicking off the May of 2026 CRL monthly finals qualification. Today is gonna be Swiss stage, so we'll be pretty much watching 9 rounds. In every single rounds. Oh wait, that's this guy. Yo, InThrill actually faced this exact same dude like a month ago. That's actually crazy. If I remember correctly, InThrill lost this best of 3, so like these guys know each other's decks, deck pools and playstyles. That's gonna be very interesting. Yo, the exact same matchup happened literally a month ago. That's crazy. Nice. I believe Godspell, okay. Also played like the Giant Sparky or Golden Giant Sparky, like he played one of these decks, so InThrill right now prepared with a very good counter. It doesn't seem like it, because like Golden Giant Sparky usually has like a lot of small spells to cover such things, but like InThrill playing with the Minion Horde version of the Mortar Bait, pretty much forcing both of the small spells on top of the Minion Horde and not allowing any other counter play. Like, all the other bait cards will pretty much just cook this guy, and InThrill already getting an upper hand after a single elixir. Good stuff. Golden Giant Sparky, no chance. Beautiful win for InThrill. I don't think we're gonna be seeing any surprises in this match, so I'm gonna switch. And go to spectate Tytoń. We indeed see him being in the game. And he is playing with the Three Musketeers game 1. Yo, Teto has to be proud. I wonder if he's gonna be spectating the stream. But I guess Tytoń pulling out the Three Musketeers in game 1. Love to see it. Douglas FM, his opponent, going with some crazy cycle. I genuinely don't know what even is this. Like, it's genuinely a bad die, because like, not even because the deck necessarily is bad, it's more of a fact that you pretty much wasted all the cycle cards, and it's gonna be like pretty tough for you to play anything after that. Yeah, weird stuff. Tytoń obviously more than happy to eat the damage to set up a very good Three Musketeers push. If he cannot get rid of this Dark Goblin, the things may get dicey, so we'll see. Oh, the Dark Goblin is out. It is just gone. Tytoń also taking the game number 1. Beautiful stuff. I don't think there will be any surprises. He only has to cover the wall breakers, and once he does, the game will be officially over. So yeah, good guys take the game number 1s. Let's check out Amgepush, my guy from the friend list. He was supposed to be facing Anaban, and he takes the game number 1. That's actually crazy. Yo, Umgepush takes the game 1 of the Anaban. Yo. Okay. Oh, I was supposed to check my friend list. There is this guy. I'm here. Okay, he got tricked by Adriel. Fair enough. Yeah, not much to see here. Adriel, like an absolute cat. And yeah, let's just end for That's just unfortunate, and he instantly queues for some ladder to pretty much forget about the ruminating pain, I guess. Also, let's check out on retired. Maybe he's gonna still be playing. Retired. No retired this month. What? Was British. Oh, OG Progs. That's on another Polish player. He's not. Appears to not be playing. Weird. All right. Wonder why don't I see any battles? Are they like? Are they done? Riley's not playing, that's very weird. Maybe he's gonna get a free win. We'll see. Okay. Just weird all around. Like the games are ongoing. It's just why are they not responding? I guess right now the 4 minutes are up and people who didn't like accept the match will be forced to pretty much like will be the game will be forced down by force. Not much more to say here. Obviously a lot of people registered and kind of forgot about this kind of event. It happens with every single open tournament known to mankind, and this one is no different. Okay, call sub. I'm pretty sure Mohammed Light also plays. He is. Let's spectate Mohammed Light. Let's see what kind of monstrosity of a deck he pulls. Oh, it's over. Wait, that's not Mohammed Light. Okay, fake Mohammed Light and third the chat. Ay. Mohammed Light with 1 game win. Let me check. Oh, I won't be able to check because like he haven't played. Oh, that's gonna suck. Yeah, it is what it is. You will see for now. I believe InThrill took the... Oh, okay, that's battles. I believe InThrill also managed to close out the game. He had such a very good lead. He's at, completely coincidentally, spot number 67. Let me open the desktop site. Yeah, CAPTCHA, whatever. InThrill, there we go. Alright, let me check the battles. He took the win. Okay, I cannot check the battles. Okay, so I assume it's gonna be good afterwards.
O, masz jeszcze setek. Wyjadasz sobie, podgrzały się?
Right. Next matches, obviously the matchups will be exactly the same. InThrill right now winning on crowns as he took the 3 crown of this guy I'm here. I believe there are also a couple of more 3 crowns in this competitive setting. We're gonna be paying attention to the Tytoń and InThrill. I think the InThrill's match will be more competitive. Tytoń kinda played against a troll in game 1, playing like a lot of cycle decks. At least the God Spell like was playing a real deck in the first place. Goblin Giant Sparking definitely not the best competitive deck, but at least a real deck. Looking for like real matchups and stuff. he took a win. Very nice stuff. Nice stuff indeed. I'm gonna actually check. Okay, let me close the keyboard. Let me check how it looks from the perspective. Okay, Faye, like, come on. First of all, hello there. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate that. Second, obviously, I think the main goal of the stream will be to follow the guys from my country. I want the Polish representation in CRL, perhaps myself next month, but for now I did not make it, I did not qualify, so I'm gonna be spectating the Tytoń and InThrill, as they were the closest ones to make it to the monthly finals last month, and we'll be trying to cheer them up as they make their way this month as well. InThrill versus Godspell. Like I said, InThrill faced this exact same guy a month ago. I'm gonna, in the meantime, actually gonna check. He faced it in Swiss, right? Battles. InThrill. Hello? Does this? Okay, it works. Nice. Or was what? Oh, okay. So maybe it was Tytoń. I don't know. Yes, it was Tytoń, and Tytoń won 2-0 against this Godspell guy. Okay, so I absolutely fumbled the prediction right here. It was Tytoń last month facing this guy. Let's check InThrill. Still not in the game, but once he gets there, we're gonna be ready to pretty much right away start spectating him. Obviously, I can spectate different guys. If there are gonna be any requests in chat, I'm more than welcome to do so. But for now, I'm gonna stick to the main topic of... Hello, can we refresh? Of the competition. InThrill. Right? Battles are in, right? Like... Yeah, not much here to say. Very difficult to stream by yourself, especially if you're not like entertained by a second party and or the chat, like active chatters and that. Difficult to come up with the topics, but I'm gonna try my best. And I'm hoping that our guys will deliver us absolutely fabulous gameplay. InThrill is in the game and so is Godspell, so let's spectate this one. And here we go in the game. Game number 2. Reminder, InThrill played a Mortar Bait in game number 1. Godspell played the Golden Giant Sparky, so Zap and Rage out for Godspell. Arrows out from InThrill. And in game number 2 it appears that InThrill is bringing the Graveyard to the table and a Hog Rider Mega Knight, I'm assuming, type of deck from InThrill, instantly using the Hero Bowler to pounce on the position. Great 4 shots to start off the match. And that's just a good news all around for InThrill. Minions though, very strong card against Graveyard and especially against this Splasher variation. Even though you have the Fairness to cover that, it's gonna be pretty much about it. If you want to play Graveyard on offense, you will always have to carry the poison, as the minions are more than enough to shut down the Graveyard by themselves. And that's a 9-4-3 spend, so minions definitely very good coverage. And also, there's not, like, if you protect your minions correctly, the furnace shouldn't be ever connecting on top of the minions. And the Evo Witch is actually gone. So a very good pick-off from InThrill, getting rid of a problematic card. Even though you have a poison against the Witch, Evo Witch kinda counters the poison by being able to heal at a very rapid pace. And right now Hero Mega Knight, I mean Evo Mega Knight, actually helping InThrill, throwing back a Hero Bowler backwards so he can cycle back to a second ability, and this push just looks scary from InThrill. Stacking troops at the bridge. I think at this point I could be already calling the good game and moving to the other guys' games, but just for the sake of the integrity I want to see the intro to close out this game. He gets another ability, this time stopped by the Barbara, very well timed from Godspell, and the Furnace to cover the graveyard as well as the Barbara. Still, over 1000 damage lead is for InThrill, setting up the Goblin Hut, preparing for the worst. And also Godspell will be playing Graveyard himself. It wasn't a Hog Rider deck. Last month there was a very popular type of combination of Giant Skeleton plus bridge spamming cards and or Mega Knight plus Hog Rider. It was pretty much the meta. I was expecting some kind of this deck. It appears to be Graveyard instead. Probably courtesy of Mohamed Light finishing #1 on ladder with Graveyard. People try to pick up on the Graveyard as it's a very underrated win condition this meta. The ability should not be played. InThrill knows that. He's gonna wait for the more opportune moment, as right now. Very good Mega Knight from Godspell. I think InThrill wants to close the game out way too early. I just hope it's not gonna bite him at the end, as Godspell slowly but surely comes back to this game, putting himself in a position which is not good, but good enough to hold for now. Playing Berserker to Kite, is gonna absorb 2 hits. Not even, it's gonna be a 1-hit absorb, and this bowler is just very threatening. Forcing out a Mega Knight at the bridge, trying to prevent a last hit. InThrill stacking the Furnaces, Goblin Huts, giving up a huge poison value. But as long as he manages to only take poison damage, Godspell cannot outdamage him. They both have Graveyard, they both have poison, and InThrill is just confident that in triple elixir all he has to do is pretty much not allow any troop from connecting. Knight comes down, poison should come down on defense. InThrill opts to play the troop defense, trying to go for some kind of a counter push. I do not agree with that. I think you'd rather play, okay, now the Graveyard goes for Graveyard, poison should go for on offense for both sides, and they do. And InThrill with a very good cycle defense, cleanly defends every single threat, and last ditch effort from Godspell won't gonna cut it. It's gonna be InThrill taking the game #2 and closing the set #1 to start off his run in the monthly qualifiers for May monthly finals in CRL 2026. Let's check out Tytoń, shall we? And he's still in the game against Douglas FM. Just a reminder, the first game from Tytoń was a 3 Musketeers versus a very bizarre cycle deck where pretty much his opponent wasted every single cycle card for not a good reason. There's just no real reason to play very imbalanced decks like these, especially those, as in games 2 and 3 your deck selection will be very hindered and you will be leaning way more towards the heavy decks, which can be very easily punished. If your opponent knows that you're gonna be running a certain archetype, it's very easy to snipe, so you'd rather not put yourself in this kind of situations. Right, apparently Tytoń ended, okay, that's definitely not something I wanted to do. But apparently Tytoń ended his match as well. Still, this side suggests me to okay, now it doesn't suggest me at all. It's gonna just be stuck. Tytoń, okay, he has ended his match. That makes a lot of sense. Let's check if hello? We're not spectating Valley Pelly. we're gonna see. Okay, Mohamed Light also ended his game. There are only 7 games remaining, and quite frankly, I don't know a single guy from this set. So let's watch this Ramuba CR guy. Maybe he's okay. His match is also not kind of embarrassing to see. It is what it is. He's still ongoing on the website, but like his match is just ended, since the link just sends me to the exact same situation. Also, I'm here. This guy I actually have on friend list, and he like finished top 1700 last month, which technically means he shouldn't be qualifying for CRL, but somehow he got there, like chasing his way last second to the CRL. Just amazing stuff. And he took 1 game out of the InThrill. Very good player, so very interesting to see if he can close this series back. Let's say if the Tytoń is here, he's not here, so it means that he has made it. He's at 1-0. Let's check it, and he won his match 2-0. Second game being a graveyard freeze against a very weird deck like P.E.K.K.A, Lumberloon, Evo XZ. I thought we are past the cheesing phase in this era, but Swiss is actually a magical place where there are still people who only play ladder and don't care about competitive this much, so it makes sense that they bring unoptimized decks like to the table. Like you've seen, game number 1, definitely a fast cycle deck trying to outplay, but very bad decision, especially against a seasoned guy like Tytoń, leaving yourself no cycle cards for like future games. Right, now I'm gonna try to... Okay, Mohamed Light won't be playing as he probably is also in 1-0 gang. Let me double check him, and here he is. And he actually faced up against Destroyer. I remember that I had this guy in my friend list, as he was very active in Clash tournaments back in the day when I was competing in those. He added me obviously because we had to play a game against each other. I believe I lost it, but then he kind of forgot to remove me from my from his friend list, and I just decided to keep him. He removed me like after 2 months. He just realized that he does not recognize me, and fair enough for him. And Mohamed Light putting a short work of him, getting a very easy 1-0, as the other game was pretty much a forfeit, no response, as you can see. Okay, let's check what battles will be interesting. I may even consider watching this I'm here versus InThrill matchup. From my friend list, Umgepusht and I'm here guy are qualified. Like, I don't know how this guy got here, because like he was 1700 last season, but he's playing, so good for him. And Umgepusht getting 1400, definitely very qualified to play in CRL. I'm gonna actually check if he upset the Anaban. Gepusht. Oh no, they're gonna be playing game number 3. So Gepusht actually took a game of the Anaban in game 1, but apparently he didn't manage to close down the set. So they will be playing game number 3. Anaban, obviously a very decorated player. From all the players in the world, he's the guy that had the most ladder number 1 finishes in their entire world before the Mohamed Light became a beast that he is today. He has reached number 1 on ladder 9 times, which is an astonishing feat. I think that goes without saying. Right, matches should start momentarily. I'm gonna wait for... okay. This guy is so confusing. He should be in the game, no? Umgepusht is playing against Anaban, so we're gonna spectate that. Starting off the Ice Spirit, strong response from Anaban, playing a Golden Knight. most likely leaning towards the E-Giant and ungepushed, playing Hero Knight. In current meta, there's realistically only one way to play this, and it is indeed a Goblin Drill. Annabelle though, bringing in the Ram Rider, Ewis and Golden Knight in game number 3, very typical game number 3 deck, using the cards that are strong, but are not meta, pretty much trying to still playing something that can pretty much win any matchup, but staying unpredictable, as Annabelle is not known for playing bridge spam. And ungepushed playing diversion with the Firecracker, which is definitely a surprise, as the Goblin Drill is mostly played with Bomber or the Goblin Demolisher, Bomber right now being the variation of choice on top ladder, and Annabelle trying to snipe some kind of a glass cannon definitely gets a very good matchup with the Void against the Firecracker. I like this ability from Annabelle, trying to get rid of the Tesla and prepare just a threat of the Ram Rider, pretty much at the bridge. Ewis comes down, controlling the board, and ungepushed instantly respecting the threat, setting up the Firecracker same lane to make sure that nothing happens and Ram Rider cannot be played at the bridge. Mega Knight comes down. In Zappies in Kite, I don't think those are good Zappies. I think that's the game. Tesla comes down, and it's gonna be a desperation Tesla. Ungepushed will try to secure his tower, as right now he's pretty much in dire straits. Ram Rider connects for one more, 898, make it more with the Golden Knight dash. 563 on ungepushed tower. That's just a very uncomfortable position to play from, especially against a player like Annabelle, who even gets the tornado to activate the King Tower. Yeah, this game is as good as over.
Czy jest jakiś przycisk liderowy otwarty?
Golden Knight once again connecting to the tower 228, and right now Annabelle being just a couple of spells away to finish out the game. Just a tragic matchup. Let's say if someone else is playing, yeah, there's this guy, and he's playing against Adriel, game number 3 as well. He picked off a game number 2, definitely upsetting one of the most talented players in the world, and Adriel going for the Goblin Drill deck with Hero Bowler. Hero Magic Archer getting sniped, and I'm here actually playing with the Elixir Golem, trying to pretty much cheese out the win against the Adriel. Not gonna cut it in single, and as far as the game goes, I'm assuming it's pretty much Adriel's game to lose, having Bowler, Magic Archer, Zappies, Jan Skeleton, so many good anti-beatdown responses. This deck also, like, pretty much Golden Knight, Tornado, Magic Archer decks are pretty much used by pro players to pretty much secure unlosable matchup in CRL, as it's very difficult to pretty much counter them perfectly. You can, but precise counters is like pretty much impossible. It's gonna always be like at least 30-70, which is playable especially at this level. Hero Bowler connects to the tower for 3 hits total, and once again this game is just as good as over, as I'm here can only stall for time against one of the most talented players in the game. Very well done by Adriel, and unfortunately it's not gonna be going in favor of... Okay, why is Adriel BMing actually? Yo, I didn't expect this from Adriel. What are we doing? Maybe he just thinks that I'm here is wasting time, and in his... To be fair, he is, but at the same time he is like competing. I don't understand why is Adriel BMing. He should be trying to close the game as soon as possible instead of like... I don't know. Very weird behavior from InThrill, didn't expect that coming. Bowler ability being played. And that ability comes in late. Second ability definitely not well played. Maybe InThrill tries to stack as many bowlers on the map as is physically possible, wouldn't be a bad idea. And right now finally trying to go for a kill. Golden Knight does not chain on the XD, and that's gonna be a downhill push from InThrill, setting up Zappies, setting up another bowler, and still I think this matchup is pretty much unlosable. Even though you have the Void against Magic Archer, you just cannot break through this entire wall of HP. Giant Skeleton, Golden Knight, Bowler, Zappies, Tornado, Evo Snowball. That's just too much to handle, and InThrill will be taking the game. Should have probably closed way earlier, but just wanted to see the ending. Unfortunate matchup for a friend. I'm here in game 1, getting to play against one of the best players in the game. Alright, that should pretty much cut it. I think it was one of the longest games. We'll see how many games are left in this round. Most of the battles should be already okay. Now we're finally getting games, and I'm assuming everyone already got their score, as the active battles is at 0, and we can officially see the leaderboards. InThrill should be somewhere up there. Oh, InThrill won't be up there because he lost a game. Yeah, that obviously makes sense, as obviously the biggest tiebreaker in this type of tournament is your own match win rate. Second one will be the opponent's match win rate, so the set win rate, or the game's win rate, will be only the third tiebreaker. Obviously, opponent's win rate will be calculated only after the tournament's end, so we'll see how it's gonna fare. That's gonna be the way how this tournament will be concluded. Tytoń drafting his second opponent of the tournament, in Danny Gamer. Let's check the InThrill, and he's gonna play against Remy Eli. That's gonna be a big matchup. We're gonna be spectating InThrill again. It just turned out to be InThrill's personal stream. It is what it is. But he's just getting way more interesting opponents than Tytoń. Maybe it's gonna turn out to be a different story later on, but for now we're gonna keep watching InThrill. Let's see Mohamed Light. Okay, not really an interesting matchup. And let's check guys in my friend list. So Umge pushed, facing Shadow. Unfortunately at 0-1 he is, as facing Anaban in round 1 is like brutal experience. And I'm here. This guy will be also facing someone that I haven't heard about. Okay, sorry for that, but I literally didn't hear about this guy. Also, OP Sam will be facing Kimchi. I believe this guy literally made it last time to the monthly finals, so definitely not a small matchup, to say the least. OG Prox against Fire to Sky. He's number 7 in leaderboard, so probably going for some kind of 3 crowns. I don't think it's even worth it to go for 3 crowns in CRL. It's better to just make sure that you win your games, as in open tournaments it's very important to win games quickly. In open Swiss, you pretty much can play another game only after the entire round is finished, so you cannot play more games than other people. So 3 crowns are less important, and at this stage of the competition, like, a lot of people will be losing, and that's actually the mathematical way how Swiss tournament works. So it's more important to pretty much secure your own wins instead of trying to risk it to win fast some. It's just a different strategy. OG Pro is still going for it, and right now being number 7 in the world. Impressive stuff. Let's see if we have like any interesting matchups, except for the OP Sam versus Kimchi that I've pointed out, but we probably won't be covering that. Maybe I'm gonna check what decks they use. That's about it. Muhammad Light, we've already checked that. Oh, Ta will be facing Boss CR. That's very interesting. Like, obviously not from a competitive standpoint, as Ta is way more decorated of a player. Boss CR, you may have watched his videos on his YouTube. He has a good number of followership, but he is not known for bringing like competitive results, so for that we'll have to wait. Wait and see. Yeah, Code Nate versus Juicy, that's gonna be a very interesting matchup. So Juicy drafting a very difficult opponent in round number 2. Raf is Ref. I remember facing this guy as well. He's gonna be facing Igor, so that's another very unfortunate matchup, as you want to start off your tournament by taking wins, and you don't want to face Igor in round number 2. Also, I'm seeing that Sergio Ramos will be facing off against Faust, so that's another big matchup. Yeah, a lot of big matchups actually. InThrill will be facing off against Remy Eli. We're gonna be focusing on this matchup for now. I mean, it's gonna be the best strategy. I'm pretty confident that Tytoń can bring a 2-0. Still, InThrill will have to work for his game, as Remy Eli, one of the best minor players in the world, known for his iconic Remy Eli deck in minor Magic Archer Tornado. And InThrill instantly trying to snipe him in game number 1. Mega Knight decks are very known for pretty much sniping minor decks, as the only way of playing Mega Knight competitively is to play for KOs, and as minor decks, like, most of the time the only way you can play is to pretty much play for the perfect defense. So as long as you can force out something uncomfy early on, like InThrill actually did right here, like, you'll pretty much be able to beat the minor decks every single time. Remy Eli actually opts to go for the Goblin Drill in game number 1. Very similar, I would say, rule of gameplay as to the minor, as you just want to secure the defense first and then just keep throwing drill plus poison plus snowball plus small card plus drill plus and over again in triple elixir. If you cannot do it, you're gonna be in a very precarious position, and InThrill trying to pretty much do exactly what MK decks are supposed to do. Make chaotic play in single, get the advantage, and after that try to survive for your dear life. And now InThrill is bringing a Mother Witch to the table. Evo MK not really bringing a lot of value for InThrill, as Remy Eli pretty much neutralizes the push without the bigger issue. Zap won't come down, Dark Prince comes down on the drill, and a huge mistake from InThrill, not noticing that the Hero Knight ability was in play. And Remy Eli pretty much almost equalizing this matchup right away. Mega Knight played in the back. Obviously that's exactly how you want to play. Against Goblin Drill you drop a Mega Knight behind the weak side tower every single time that you can. And as long as you do that, your opponent cannot go all in, unless he feels like confident and he goes for Evil Snowball. Right now InThrill opts to go for the Dark Prince. Will play a Zap to defend the Goblins, but it's not gonna be enough. 1460. Remy Eli swiftly closing the gap, and InThrill right now, I would say, still in the lead, but in a precarious position as his lead may promptly disappear in a moment's notice. Evil Mega Knight played, taking the aggro off the tower, and one Zappy not gonna cut it. But Remy Eli at this point does not need more damage, he needs a pressure, and InThrill with a brilliant pressure. Evo Battle Ram deploys the Rhino, and that's gonna be just very difficult to stop, as Remy Eli has to spend an arm and a leg to cover the every single troop. InThrill keeps up the pressure, plays the Mother Witch against the Bomber, forces another overspend, and he just keeps capitalizing on the position by cycling stuff in the back, not allowing Remy Eli to cycle the Golden Drill. As another MK is being cycled, and I'm assuming we're gonna see another battle ram, and here it is. Mother Witch tried to predict. InThrill probably still not realizing that his opponent is not playing Skeletons but Berserker instead. Very unfortunate, as the Mother Witch definitely a snipe, some kind of a bait deck, which is not the case in this match. Evo Snowball comes down, and it's gonna be a huge damage. InThrill forced to spend Mega Knight, and that's gonna be just another desperate attempt to get some damage. Bandit is gonna hop on top of the Tesla. Batram will be stopped by the defensive drill, and Mega Knight barely being stopped by the defensive Tesla. Right now InThrill has to smell a blood in the water. He cycled 2 battle rams, and next battle ram has to deal damage pretty much. Both Dark Prince and Mega Knight are off cycle. Remy Eli instantly going for the drill, and 10 seconds left. I think Remy Eli has done it, as InThrill is nothing else in his tank, and this 1300 damage that he got in single elixir wasn't enough to close in the game. Beautiful stuff from Remy Eli, and obviously sucks for our boy InThrill, who didn't make it this time. Stats Royale obviously being Stats Royale, trying everything to ruin my day, but we're not gonna give up. Tytoń against Danny Gamer. Not sure what was the result, we're gonna check it right now. And Stats Royale leaving me with more questions than answers. That's just not a curious... It's a very curious position for us all to be at. Did Tytoń leave? Did Danny Gamer leave? Like, both of those are at 1-0, so you'd assume they just played their respective game, but I think that's not the case. I think one of the guys just did not manage to show up on time. That's us having this kind of conversation right now. Yeah, I literally cannot check it. Let's refresh the page, maybe that's gonna help it. And some games are still ongoing. Oh, Tytoń was actually still playing, maybe that's why. That makes a lot of sense in hindsight. Okay, the match is officially over, as we cannot spectate anymore. So let me check what happened exactly in battles. And our boy Tytoń winning the game number 1 with a very fancy matchup in Goblin Drill, Golden Knight Magic Archer. This is very safe to play deck, especially in duels, because you're not wasting a lot of cycle cards. You still remain flexible with the rest of your collection against a very popular Mega Knight Ram Rider deck that has been rampant on ladder, in competitive, and in grand challenges last season. Still remaining very popular with a couple of switches, most notably Hero Dark Prince right now being a strong substitute for the Furnace actually, because the Lumberjack was always played there. Lumberjack or Evo Ghost, just a pressure card. You have to pretty much have the way to pressure your opponent after he messes up the Mega Knight defense. That's how these decks work, that's how they will ever work, as the Mega Knight is just not a solid win condition by himself. You have to be able to pretty much create the opportunity and then pounce on it once your opponent messes up, which is definitely not the healthiest style to play, but it's been played on the highest level, so you just know that nobody in this game is perfect except for like maybe 10 players. Then you don't play the Mega Knight against them. But against other folks you can still pretty much skill check them, and there will be at least one opportunity window per game where you will be able to punish it, and it's in your power to find it and punish it properly. I think we're gonna start in with InThrill, as his matchup, even though depressing, is objectively way more entertaining to watch than the Tytoń, who will most likely just full sweep his opponent. He is pretty much expected to do that. Back in the day, number 11 player on ladder with X-Bow. Multiple times at that, I believe he has 2 number 11 finishes, so barely not scratching into the top 10. I would say definitely the best ladder player in Poland. InThrill being close second and having also more competitive experience than Tytoń, almost qualifying to World Finals in 2024 actually. He was literally one game away from stealing it from Guriko, and he would be pretty much playing in World Finals amongst Riley, Mohamed Light and other great players that competed back in the day. Also, let me check on Juicy, as he's like playing against Nate and he took the game number 1. Wow, that's impressive. So Juicy J still got it. Even though he's been shoutcasting the CRL for a very long while, he still has what it takes to play on the highest level. That's just impressive. That's not something I wanted to look at. We're gonna be waiting for this match in Remy Eli versus InThrill. Waiting for InThrill to join, and he does. I misclicked the spectate icon. It happens sometimes. Won't happen again. Game number 2. Remy Eli up 1. InThrill looking for an upset. Who's gonna come out on top? And Remy Eli looks like he's bringing out his comfort in Magic Archer and a very quick cycle log bait, if I had to guess. It still can be... oh, yeah, it still can be a minor. I would be surprised if it's a minor, But I'm expecting Remy Eli to pull out a log bait, as this kind of log bait with Magic Archer, Evil Wall Breakers and Evil Goblin Barrel has been very popular on ladder as well. InThrill opting to play a Mortar bait but playing a Giant Skeleton instead of one of the cards. Probably going for some kind of a funny snipe, we'll see about that. And Remy Eli actually bringing out... Yo, I'm actually stunned. What are you even looking at? Yo, so you're telling me that Remy Eli first of all doesn't play T-Tornado with the Magic Archer? But second of all, the InThrill is playing Mortar Balloon. Rascals, sneaking the balloon in as the substitute for the Skeleton Barrel. That's crazy stuff. Crazy stuff for InThrill in game number 2, trying to get the upper hand against one of the best to ever do it with the Minor Magic Archer. Wild stuff. Cycling Snowball is InThrill. I still am of an opinion that you'd rather save this Snowball for the bats and Minor for the Magic Archer. This way you can get the most value of your balloon. But maybe he was stuck in a bat cycle. Minor trying to redirect the Giant Skeleton on the tower, barely not making it. It's Magic Archer from Remy Eli and InThrill still at a damage deficit, but slowly but surely making his way into the game. 2025 to 2187 for the Frenchman. And right now, another opportunity to get the Magic Archer lineup, barely not getting it, is Remy Eli. Getting the Evil Snowball right now from InThrill. Minions to stop the Evil Wall Breakers, and Minor has to go on top of the Magic Archer, and here he comes. Arrows to snipe the Marcher, but it's just not fast enough, and Evil Bats will be able to stop the balloon. Remy Eli right now playing on the momentum, gaining a huge damage with the Minor and threatening to take the tower. Evil Mortar has to come down on defense and preventing InThrill from his very needed comeback play as for now. Remy Eli goes back. 966 remain from InThrill. He has to catch the Minor, but he also has to cover for these wall breakers. That's a very precarious position. Magic Archer getting knocked back, but it's like pay to lose play, in which you spend elixir and your opponent is getting more value of his card than he was supposed to previously. The InThrill panicking in the heat of the moment and giving the Remy Eli the game-winning play. 0-2 is InThrill. Unfortunately, he's gonna be dropping the game in set number 2 of the Swiss bracket. Unfortunate, but previously InThrill also dropped the game very early, so I'm not crossing him out, just lowering his chances of qualification. Tytoń right now also facing Danny Gamer. Let's see if we catch the ending sequence of their games. And Tytoń bringing in the Hog Rider Mega Knight deck that I was talking about earlier. Very popular deck a month ago in the qualifier stages. Not so much in a monthly final, but like it's pretty much about the caliber of the players. If you want to guarantee yourself a good matchup, you play the strongest cards. If you want to guarantee yourself a comfortable winning matchup, you just play your comfort, and if your comfort is not Psycho, you have a problem. Tytoń bringing in the Mega Knight, trying to snipe something, and Danny Gamer comes very well prepared in Hog Rider Exinado. Very well versed deck against Psycho and Beatdown alike, bringing in the Tornado against Hog Rider as well. That's gonna be a huge connection though for Tytoń, as he brings down the Rhino, and this Rhino gets a charge in. The Executioner comes down trying to go for the lineup, and Mega Knight pretty much being one of the strongest cards against the Executioner, as while he punches something in the back, he cannot be targeted by the tornado. Pretty much this interaction saves the Tytoń 2 times already, as the Executioner could not line up on the tower. Very unfortunate stuff for Danny Gamer. Tytoń will be bringing home the game number 2, and set number 2, Tytoń 2-0 in the Swiss bracket. Very nice to see. CRL definitely not responding. I don't think we can see anything for now. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just go to my friend list. Pretty confident that, yeah, Umgepush still online. I don't know if I'm here is playing. Let me just check on him. I'm here. He's at 0-2, so he probably just forfeited. Yeah, he forfeited his next game. Very unfortunate. Not sure why did he forfeit in the first place. He got a very difficult matchup in round 1. He should have capitalized on that and pretty much take a wins of the guys that are coming from a losing momentum. Unfortunate. Let me check also battles from another guy that I have in my friend list. Being umgepushed, he takes a win against Shadow, who actually forfeited back, so this guy is Shadow. Let's check him himself. Oh, so Shadow lost to the Remy Eli in the first round, so a lot of reoccurring people in my recent searches. Usually it's not that well connected, but yeah, Umgepushed gets a forfeit win against the guy that decided that it's not his month. Losing in first round? No bueno. And he just forfeited. It's just the way it is sometimes. I genuinely still think it's in your best interest to play with all you got in this kind of competitions, as you never know what may come next. Some guys though just want to try their best in the CRL, and if they don't score well, they just don't consider it being worth their time and they forfeit preemptively, which fair enough. Maybe they have like something to do in real life. That being said, let's check if we have any interesting game number 3s to check out. I remember there was a very interesting matchup in Juicy versus Nate, and it's done. Juicy took a 2-0 lead. So very good start of the tournament for him, taking 2-1 win against InThrill, dropping only one game, and then 2-0ing Nate, who he was competing against recently. Just very good stuff from a Juicy. Nothing else to say. Also getting very good matchups. Evo Mega Knight against Ejan, just absolutely fabulous matchup with minions as well against the both Bowler and Inferno Dragon. And then second game Splash Yard, you can pretty much do nothing and you will win this matchup. Nate probably trying to snipe something, but I honestly don't know what. This bait deck looks interesting, but I don't think it's strong in meta. I think Nate is like too scared of just running Rocket Cycle, even though he's best at it in the world. He just should go for it once in a blue moon to surprise his enemies. Didn't happen this time. And matches should start very shortly. OP Sam versus Kimchi, that's gonna be interesting. Maybe we're gonna follow this matchup. Vadim, alright. Samuel Basato versus Minimao. I don't know who Minimao is, unfortunately. But very nice to see that Basato is still competing. Trainer Rain also competing. Nice to see. Bale versus Batan, another, I would say, matchup of semi-pro people. Tober is competing. Very interesting. Being on 0-1, that is. What do you mean SKOP Summit 2? Is he playing on 2 accounts or is it just a fan? Imagine playing CRL on 2 accounts at the same time. First of all, it's illegal, but even if you consider that, like, and even if it was allowed, like, it would be very difficult to pretty much outplay 2 pro players at the same time. Like, simultaneous matches in chess are difficult, and in Clash it's even more so, as you have to pretty much pay attention not once per move, but instead once per play, which happens way more often. Oh, we're watching that. We're watching that. It's gonna be Tourist versus Yosaric. A Spanish content creator versus Bridge Spam God. This being one of his, like, newer accounts, very recent, number 6 in the world, was Tourist on ladder not long ago. And he's bringing in some kind of a beatdown deck to the table. I'm assuming last cards being Balloon, Skeleton Dragons, and maybe a Swarm card in Goblins. Okay, it's Ram Rider instead. I was wrong, it's not a Lumberloon, but I've seen a very similar variant of the deck, being Lumberloon, while playing Grand Challenges recently. Yosaric obviously bringing the Royal Hawks and Lightning into the game number 3, so definitely not the best matchup. You'd rather have the Lightning against Balloon compared to the Ram Rider, but not a bad matchup nonetheless. I genuinely think that Tourist will be having to outplay this matchup, as he's not gonna be in a advantageous position. Very good skeletons to destroy the Spirit Empress, and Yosaric putting himself in a good position. In the game number 3, Dark Prince will not play he will play the ability, forcing out the Goblin Hut early on. Spirit Empress will pretty much make sure that the Mighty Miner cannot get anywhere close to the tower, and Tourist bringing out the Mother Witch to snipe the pigs. So that actually may change the matchup discussion, as Mother Witch actually will be very handy, especially against the Goblin Hut. And Tourist with the Evo Snowball, this Ram Rider is on the tower for 1 hit, plus a couple of pigs. Both guys actually playing with Evo Snowball. Getting arrows is Tourist, and that's just a beautiful cleanup of the Evo pigs. Wasting 2 spells on defense though, so the counter push potential very weak. Opts to play for the Mother Witch at the bridge, try to fight off the Skeleton Dragons. Not the worst idea yet. Ram Rider will not make it on the tower, still threatening a lot of nuisance. Goblin Hut played late, and a pig spawned from the Mother Witch. getting in for the damage. 2088 on the tower of the Spaniard. Mother Witch comes down to fight off the Skeleton Dragons. 1960 on the Tourist Tower, and that's just gonna be a very big downhill push, getting Dark Prince on top of the tower, and right now spawning a Rhino as well, forcing even a more expenditure. Ram Raider comes down, and Fireball comes down in response. It's not gonna be a lightning, it's gonna be a Fireball instead, and that's just a downhill push from Tourist, getting the left side tower and right side tower to being very low on hit points. Picks though for the counterplay. 1583. Rick fighting for his chance to outplay the Tourist. Playing Skeleton Dragons at the bridge will not work out in his favor as the Dark Prince is getting supported. Rhino will charge on the Goblin Hat, and Spirit Empress finishes off the job very swiftly. It's gonna be the Tourist grabbing the set number 2, and I'm assuming also being up 2-0 in the Swiss stage. Definitely better start for Tourist right now compared to the last month, as I believe he got Riley in game number 2. No, he got someone else in game number 2, but he lost, and then he like got Riley in game number 3 or number 4, and unfortunately he lost that as well. And after that he was pretty much mathematically eliminated from the rest of the competition, so very nice to see that he's coming back and getting back at it. Let's watch out. Okay, I clicked the wrong matchup, but it doesn't matter, as it's not gonna be online anyway. Let's see how many matchups do we have left. We have only 2 pages. And Surgical... Okay, I keep clicking the incorrect matchups because they just disappear so quickly. Surgical Goblin still playing against Rafinha CR, and they're in the game number 3 as well, and Surge with a commanding lead, playing Mortar Bait against this Splash Yard, which Surgical knows how to outplay, even though Graveyard can be annoying against Splash Yard, especially like visually speaking, since you have like a lot of spells to cover the spam. You actually have just enough attacking resources to make it annoying for Graveyard player to ever go in, and as long as you keep playing very annoying offense, not even all-in-ish offense, just annoying offense, you should be fine in this matchup. Also, Microphone is waking up. I don't think he's gonna be joining us during competition, as he did not check in, so I'm not... Yeah, the Microphone will not be here, unfortunately.
Cześć, obiadek.
Another sets of matches. Let's see how our guys are doing. Tytoń will be facing off against Rainbow, a guy that had an experience before in CRL monthly finals, so that's gonna be a big matchup for him. And InThrill, being at 1-1, will be facing off against Junior. We'll see how it's gonna fare. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stream these games because the dinner is calling and I'd rather not miss on that. So for that round, unfortunately, I'm gonna just boot up a game from TV round, and after that we're gonna come back to spectating the CRL qualifiers day number 1 Swiss stage. Be right back. Right, guess who's back? And it's instantly gone. Let me turn on the screen once again. And yeah, we're back. There has been nothing happening in the clan, but there has definitely been something happening in CRL 2026 Swiss stage. And we're gonna be seeing what's up. Okay, the website has not been refreshed. I have to put a do not disturb mode. It's gonna be about it. Tytoń probably ended his game. Let's see what are the results. Some people already with 3-0, so I'm assuming I miss at least one game. Tytoń 1-1 against Rainbow. Playing first game with Queen Pigs, beating the Lava Empress. Very nice matchup for Tytoń, even though it seems like it's not a good matchup. Oh, he actually had Tesla, yes, it's 100-0. With Cannon, it's already very good matchup. With Tesla, it's 100-0. It's unlosable for Tytoń, so very good one against Rainbow. Game number 2, playing RG Lumberjack without Fisherman against Pigs Lightning. Very brutal matchup. Yeah. And InThrill, and not active battles, but battles instead. InThrill 1-1 as well, so he's getting his matchup against Junior, losing game number 1 with Logbait to the Giant Skeleton Balloon, apparently still prevalent in the meta, and picking off the game number 2 with the very meta Splasher for now, with Hero Bowler. Actually, InThrill. Okay. He put his deck correctly. I just didn't expect the Hero Bowler to be a third card. Right. Both of the guys will be playing the game number 3. Let's check the ranking as well. Eric, number 1. I believe he had like a very good run last month as well, but he didn't manage to close it out. Remy Eli also 3-0. Very good showing from him. There are a couple of guys up there as well. Mohammed Light, one of them. Peter 75, Viper, Ali, John 77, not Ian 77, and Codigo, who I believe was complaining about him being robbed from the last showing on the CRL last month. Let's see if he can make it this month. A Colombian player. It's gonna be interesting. Obviously, we're gonna be probably looking at Tytoń, as he's gonna be having a more interesting matchup at his hand. Actually, I have no idea how was I having peak 4 viewers while I was offline. That's actually very interesting. Thank you guys for tuning in. Sorry also for low energy. I've not slept well today, so I'm gonna be trying to make it as entertaining as possible, but within my abilities. Tytoń not accepting the matchup kinda scared me for a second, as you don't want to lose a set this way. You want to at least put up a fight, and he does, using all his time available to come up with the best deck possible against the Rainbow in this ever so important game number 3. Let's go. And he's gonna be going with this Golden Knight, Tornado, Magic Archer, Goblin Drill deck, which is so very popular among pro players to pretty much guarantee themselves a not losing matchup. Also, I'm wondering whether Tytoń and InThrill are like being prepared by the same like kind of team and a great bowler lineup. I don't know if that was intended, but Tytoń getting it done, just excellent lineup. And bringing the normal Magic Archer to the party, very weird stuff to see. Obviously nothing wrong with it, just a tiny tad unexpected. And Rainbow with an excellent defense of the hero bowler, not getting a single hit on his tower, now only taking the damage from the Goblin Drill. Okay, Tornado will most likely be played against Hog Rider. Not really. The Hog Rider gets in for the tower, gets one hit, make it 2. That's gonna be a very good counter punch from Rainbow. Tytoń just not ready with the micro necessary to defend. I wonder if Tytoń will go for the King Tower activation. Oh, he already has the King Tower activated, that makes a lot of sense. So Magic Archer should be defended normally. Snowball comes down, and unfortunately slightly too early, one hit will come down, and Rainbow right now with a 300 damage lead against Tytoń. Magic Archer opting to min-max against Lumberjack, as the left tower is not important in this game. 230 on the Tytoń's tower. Right now opting to play offense against this Mega Knight Sappi's variant, and once again eat the Hog Rider for the 2 hits. Rainbow once again in a very good spot. Bowler trying to control the Zappy. Giant Skeleton played at the bridge, which I don't think is a correct play. Mega Knight instantly to counter punish, and that's just a very good play from Rainbow. Golden Knight played in the middle to fully counter the Mega Knight, an excellent choice by InThrill. The Goblin Drill comes down on defense, as he cannot allow himself to get even lower on the left side tower, and Lumberjack is getting kited by the Zappies. I think he's gonna just eat the Ghost and try to pretty much min-max, but this Ghost is alive for as long as this Rage is on the board, and it's just not good news for Tytoń. This game number 3, Rainbow continues to cycle the Mega Knight in the back. Magic Archer cycle as well, trying to fight for the control in the center of the board. The Tornado should come down against Hog Rider, and it does. Magic Archer hero from Rainbow opts to snipe the Magic Archer normal from InThrill, and this Giant Skeleton will be knocked back on the tower by the Mega Knight. Golden Knight goes on the tower, make it 1582, and right now Tytoń tries to instantly pounce on the advantage hero bowlers on the tower, and Magic Archer will try to get the value of the Mega Knight. Evo Snowball pushes the Mega Knight back, bowler opts to get on the tower, and the Tornado unfortunately not getting the lineup that he needs. Hog Rider comes down right now, he has to play Zappies on the against this Hog Rider to not lose by the damage. Golden Knight played up high, stopping the Lumberjack and Mega Knight alike. Magic Archer played at the bridge, trying to snipe the bowler. Snowball does not make it knock back, and right now ability from bowler played, trying to snipe something. Goblin Drill on the tower, bowler trying to sneak a hit in. Mega Knight blocking the lane. Hog Rider will not connect. Earthquake will be enough, and unfortunately it's gonna be Rainbow taking the game number 3 in a very intense ending for this day number 3. Tytoń just one Magic Archer shot away from taking the tower, probably not realizing that he could have gotten a lineup by playing bowler in the normal mode and not ability, maybe getting this extra elixir would have been more important. Like a very close match, Tytoń almost making it, but it's gonna be Rainbow with 3-0 score and Tytoń will be dropping to 2-1. Let's see if InThrill is still in the game. According to website he is, but website appeared to be buggy a couple of times already, so not gonna take its word for granted. It's gonna check it manually, as the InThrill is at 2-1, winning his game number 3 against Junior, and yeah, he's gonna be pretty much at the same exact score-wise situation as Tytoń. Two Polish players starting off with 2-1, definitely not the score you want to start as, but not the worst either, with a positive win ratio and below 2 losses, which is a range where you can still work on your wins and losses alike. I believe all the matches are already over, except for one, which I don't even want to entertain. Unfortunately, Tytoń does not make it, as this series was so close. It really sucks for him that he didn't pick it up, as he was pretty much one Magic Archer shot away. Earthquake unfortunately doing 159, which is something that I never really learned how much Earthquake deals damage, even though I used to main Hawk Cycle. I never knew the exact numbers, because they've been changing so freaking often that at some point I gave up. In Tournament Standard though, it deals 159 and the tower was at 111. Tytoń had to play more aggressively and he just wasn't able to do it. Right. Round number 4, Tytoń will be playing against Kun Chase, and InThrill will be facing Wotop. Wotop, a very, I wouldn't say well known, but pretty known recruits player, so that's gonna be interesting. InThrill usually opts to play a lot of bridge spam, so if we get the matchup of two main archetypes, I think recruits have the edge in this one. I think in that case, InThrill will have to include like Golden Knight or Mother Witch or Royal Ghost or Dark Prince, like pretty much either splash or some kind of good ranged attack in every single of his decks, pretty much to cover recruits. And I think that's gonna be the matchup that we will be spectating right now. From upper bracket, Eric will be facing Surgical Goblin, definitely interesting one. Remy Eli will be playing against Asaph. Very interesting matchup as well. That I believe is Mugi that's gonna face Lord Seb, who has been pretty invisible in last years of the competitive play, finally making some kind of appearance. Mohammed Light will be facing, I believe it's Guriko, but I'll have to double check. UUL GQC VY9, and we're gonna once again, no, it's Lejay, it's another Japanese player. Sorry for my screen being gone once again. Let me just pick it once again. Alright, let's go back to the matches. I think we're gonna be stuck on InThrill's match. It's gonna be against Wotop. I want to see that. Airphone, for one viewer in my chat, if you have like any wishes, if you want to see me to spectate your guy instead of InThrill, like it's your time right now to pretty much suggest something in the chat, as Obviously I have to have some kind of theme throughout the stream to not be free rolling, but if you have like some game that you really want me to cover and spectate with me, go ahead and suggest in the stream, please. I wonder if Tytoń is gonna start streaming. I've been watching his streams a lot recently, which is first of all, it's weird things to say, but I digress. And second of all, it'll be fine if he like decide to join VC and start like covering the games with me. I don't know. For now, we're gonna just focus on the games and not wishy-wash pretty much on what to spectate. I wonder if the one guy active in my stream is Faye. Like, this guy is so consistent. And he is. Hello, Faye. I was just wondering who is still active in my stream, and it is you. Nice to see that you're still sticking here with me. To be expected. Don't expect anything from your opponents in Clash Royale, especially if they're playing a deck that requires minimal game knowledge, to put it the nicest way possible. Right, InThrill versus Votop still not in play unless I had to refresh the page. They are playing, so I probably missed a good minute or two of the game. We're gonna be hopping right into it right away, as we don't want to miss it more. And Votop even having Flying Machine is in his profile banner, so in case you would forget that he's like maining recruits, he will even remind you kindly with that once the game starts. Still, he opts to play with Lava Hound first game, InThrill playing with a Logbait. Especially this variant with Rascals, I just think InThrill is an unlosable spot, as long as he can maintain the pressure and pretty much make sure that his opponent is not allowed to set up a big push with a Spirit Empress and stuff. I think InThrill has a very pleasant matchup and he shouldn't be losing this at all. Right now this Goblin Barrel play, getting a lot of damage, Rascals getting some icing on the cake, and just good stuff for InThrill. I don't like this log. Maybe it was to fix the cycle. Kiting the Mega Mini with the Wall Breaker is definitely a good play. Rascals in play. I don't like this play as well, because right now, unless you have a secondary Entire, you have to be very careful against the opponent's Lava Hound. And a very good Goblin Barrel to pretty much sell out, force out Spirit Empress. Right now you have to pressure, and InThrill knows that. He plays the Valkyrie plus Wall Breakers, Mega Mini in kind, and right now that's pretty much the exact way you want to play this matchup. You want to separate the Spirit Empress from the Lava Hound, because these troops separately are very easy to pretty much min-max and defend. If they are playing together though, they will be a huge nuisance, and InThrill continuing to pressure. Tombstone played last second, and he has to keep applying the pressure on the opposite line. He plays Rascals though, which is not a good play. Magic Archer comes down as well. Has to play the ability. Not gonna happen. Rascalgar will put a light work of the Lava Hound though. Definitely a good exchange, and playing defense is InThrill. Wall Breakers at the bridge. One is gonna make it to the tower, and both towers will take a beating from this Evolved Goblin Barrel. Magic Archer play at the bridge, trying to get the lineup, and instantly clicking the ability is InThrill, trying to save the Magic Archer. But Watto was just not on top of these mind games as much, so InThrill missing a very nice opportunity from closing the game early. Valkyrie Evoed played on the opposite lane, Wallbreaker split to make sure that Tombstone won't be able to block them both, forcing it out to be played in a very unoptimal spot, and once again Spirit Empress crossing the bridge while not being supported by Lava Hound. That's exactly what InThrill wants, and he's played this matchup to a teeth. Valkyrie plus Wall Breakers once again being played at the bridge. Evo Valk will be able to absorb both, Goblin Barrel will get for some damage, and Spirit Empress being played in ground version. That's a good news for InThrill, as right now all he has to do is once again apply pressure, and this Lava Hound won't even be scary. This can be done with Valkyrie as such. The Magic Archer's ability should be played, but not even gonna happen. InThrill just focusing on offense way more, defending the Lava Hound completely, sending a double barrel. I think it's game. There it is. InThrill with a very clinic technique against a Lava Empress, not allowing his opponent for any counterplay, having two entire complete counter. That's just a beautiful stuff from a Polish phenom. Oh yeah, wait, did he win 2-0? Oh, I didn't even notice that. Did he? Wait, let me go back. He did. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's actually possible because the goblins from the Goblin Barrel pretty much spawn at the same time, and they can take both towers. So that's an easy way to get a 2 towers in sudden death. That's a very good catch, Faye. I didn't even notice that. But yeah, InThrill getting a very clean win against Votov in this game number 1. Let's check out on Tytoń, who is getting a free win after his opponent probably forfeiting the tournament after taking 1 loss. Tytoń obviously will keep fighting on, as we know him. He didn't start the recent month well in Swiss as well, but he managed to qualify, so I like the fighting spirit. I think Tytoń should keep fighting, and so is Kun Chase, but he just decides to give up a free win. That's unfortunate for Tytoń because it means that the win he gets right now from his opponent will be kinda lowering his win rate, as his opponent will pretty much give a lot of free wins further down the lane. And one of the very important tiebreaker criteria is the opponent game's average win rate. And obviously you'd rather lose to someone who has a very high game win rate himself than lose against someone who has like pretty much abysmal game win rate. Tytoń obviously is gonna win because he has opponent like giving him free win, but it's not gonna help his cause, especially at the 7-2 kind of area. Last month, if I recall correctly, pretty much everyone who was 9-0, which was 1 player, and 8-1, who were like 11 more players, at 7-2 there was like a huge tie of players. No, actually 7-2 it was like still the score that guaranteed the qualification. But at 6-3 there was a very huge tie of different players. Oh wait, we're already in the game number 2. Let me check it. Yeah, I was yapping and I didn't even realize. So there was a huge tie of the players at 6-3, and pretty much it came down to this opponent game win rate. If you faced better opponents than someone who you're competing with for this last qualification spot, it could be literally like do or die factor. So you want to pretty much not only win a lot, you also want to win a lot against people who are winning a lot themselves. And the easiest way to do that is to pretty much like get wins first, because if you win early, then you have the access to the other guys who won as well, and this way you pretty much are guaranteed to have a very good tiebreak after that. And eventually you want to like obviously keep winning, but if you lose, you'd rather lose to someone who already has a big win rate themselves. That's why it's so very important to pretty much start off the tournament well, because if you don't, like, the comeback will be almost impossible. There have been some people who like started 0-1 and then made it to 8-1, but it's very difficult. And that's just a very good situation for InThrill to be in. Let me check on Tytoń. Tytoń 2-1. Oh yeah, he was facing the guy that forfeited. Oh yeah. Gepusht. Is he even playing? He's 1-2 and he is still playing. Unfortunately he lost to Alexito and right now losing to 2v 0-1. I'm here, I believe he is gone. Let me just double check it. He probably just forfeited all his games. Very unfortunate. And that's gonna be it from the guys that I care about in this kind of competition. InThrill definitely is gonna be soon in game, so let me look him up and wait for the match to start. As he's 1-0 against Wotop, playing the Lava Hound Spirit Empress with the very fast logbait cycle. Nice stuff from a Polish Venom. Let's see if he can close it in 2. Or will he drag it to game number 3 where he'll have to face the wrath of the very well faced recruits ladder player. Fun fact, I faced Wotop only once in my life and I won against him. It was like, I believe half a year ago when I was playing, I don't remember whether it was it was ladder. I had a couple of good games against like pro players in 20-win challenge, but against Wotop I've played on ladder, and I believe I was playing RG Monk versus recruits. He was playing his main deck and I barely won. I was so proud because RG Monk is usually considered a very bad matchup against the recruits. The only thing that was going for him, for me, was that I had the fireball, so like I wasn't completely defenseless against pigs. Still, it's a difficult matchup. Because like you don't have a conventional splash damage against recruits. You pretty much have to rely on Hunter to do your splash damage, and that's the last thing you want your Hunter to be doing. Actually, the last thing you want your Hunter to be doing is to fight the ranged air troops, but that's another story. We are already in a double elixir time, as we've missed like a lot of single elixir time. InThrill opting to play with the graveyard deck, and so is Wotop. Right now InThrill getting a very elegant snipe on the furnace. It's gonna be just a very elegant start for InThrill. Getting second ability is the Polish, getting a very good bowler ability, pressing and forcing out Wotop to play something at the bridge, getting a poison out, so right now the graveyard should come down, and it does. Poison on defense as well, trying to sneak in more damage, and that's just a beautiful sequence for InThrill. Not getting as much damage as he probably would like to get, but getting a bowler on defense, skeletons and furnace to defend himself. I think that's another very good counter push for InThrill, as right now he can just play the ability and prepare another push, and he does. There is the poison. InThrill, instead of opting to go for the graveyard, opts to take the sure damage, play poison and threaten the counter push with just troops. I don't like this furnace. Right now it just gives up the poison value, and Wotop won't even take it. He just plays the Evo Furnace, and right now I would say InThrill in dire straits. He's just playing too many abilities with Bowler. At this stage of the game, you'd rather force out Graveyard plus poisons instead of just taking blind poison values. Goblin has set up for both players. They know the first one to go in will pretty much give up the counter push for the other one. InThrill going for the Bowler, killing 2 Spear Goblins with first hit, and he opts to go for the Graveyard aggressively to basically punish the Furnace being Psycho on the opposite side. Gets nice starting Skeleton hits. Wotop trying to create a counterplay on the opposite side once again. He thinks it's the correct way to go. I don't agree with his playstyle. Wotop just trying to avoid giving the poison value, and that's just not been working out for him, as he, while avoiding giving the poison value, he just relinquishes the control on the opposite side. Now opts to go for the Graveyard on the opposite side. InThrill has to defend with cheap troops, and he does. Barbarian Barrel and Furnace played on defense, and right now InThrill in a commanding lead. Evil Knight will create pressure by himself, so he goes for the Graveyard on the weaker tower, and he's gonna just play Graveyard plus poison. I don't think Wotop can come back. The Evo Snowball has to be used, but Wotop misses it, and that's just game. InThrill closes the game in 2, very nicely done. Once again, putting himself in 3-1 position. Definitely a good run from InThrill. Let's check on Tytoń whether he's winning his matchup. And he is 1-0 against Kun Chase, and right now his opponent is actually playing the video game instead of just resigning the match. And the game is over. Let me check what happened. Tytoń, he is 2-1, so it means he lost the game. Or okay, yeah, game number 2, and he killed with a Mega Knight, Hog Rider deck against a Lava. Oh, it's this modern Lava deck. So you know how back in the day one of the most classic decks was Lava Hound Balloon. Nowadays people play Lava Hound Dark Prince, which is so weird to say, because like the Rhino from the Dark Prince's ability is just enough to justify playing it behind Lava Hound every single time, because it's just so annoying to remove. And that's how this deck was born. I hate it. I played against it a couple of times in Grand Challenges, and I believe I lost every single time. Very annoying deck to face. No, actually I don't remember, but I believe I beat it while I was playing. No, I don't remember. I'll have to check it out, but it's a very annoying deck to face, and Tytoń will be at 1-1 kind of scenario. I am not at any VC Fae. I think I'm gonna just try to do it. Try to do this stream single player. Maybe next time. Thanks for this suggestion though. Appreciate that. Speaking of which, Tytoń will be playing game number 3, so let's see if we can like ogle some pro players already facing each other, as it's already round number 4, so I believe like bigger games will start to appear, and we'll start to see like some big matchups. Okay, new matchups are in. Some people are already at 4-0. Among these, Cody Go beating Spax. Okay, Mohammed Light winning every single matchup from him today. Eric the Coach beating Surgical Goblin 2-0 in a very quick sweep. I see Droy also, not Lucas Z. Droy, not having too difficult of an opponents. Ian 77 also being 4-0, very nice to see. Having also a very easy route. Clown. I don't recognize this Japanese player, I'll have to check it. Ruben also. Getting 4-0, getting 2-0 against COK and Faith. El Molejas, the recent monthly finalist, also being at 4-0. Very nice to see. Sub, last month did not qualify for the monthly finals, had a very poor showing during a group stage, trying to get his number back.
Saba. Podmianka. Cieniutkie, nie? Czyli tamtą mi dasz, a tą włożysz do zestawu, żeby było pod ręką.
How the fuck is this possible? Sorry for that, but I have technical issues right now and I genuinely don't know how to make it stop. There shouldn't be any technical troubles, but there are. InThrill ended his set, so let's look for Tytoń. 2-1, trying to face off against Chase in this game number 3. I'm assuming he forfeited the game 1, so it's gonna be pretty much it's gonna be a situation as if it was game number 2, but it's gonna be in practice game number 3. Tytoń trying to close this set against Kun Chase and extend his run to a 3-1 score. We'll see. And here we go, game number 3. At the bottom of the screen, it is Tytoń. At the top, we have Kun Chase, and already minute and a half of the gameplay behind us. Tytoń opts to go for the 3 Musketeers deck in this set, and we're gonna see if it's gonna work for him. Getting an arrows right now against these Zappies, trying to make this ghost work, and right now Tytoń pretty much selling out early, trying to get as much damage against the golem as possible in single elixir to make the double elixir pretty much do or die scenario where he has to hold only 1 push. We'll see if he's gonna make it work, as Kun Chase doesn't have the Evo Valkyrie, so the golem push will be way easier to hold. Though the push will still have a healer, so it's gonna be very interesting to see if the Tytoń can hold it all together. He plays the Ice Golem ability, Heal Spirit will heal every single troop in this stack, and Golden Knight, absolute golden boy, clutching the defense, killing every single ground troop. And sorry. And Baby Dragon, it's gonna be the only troop getting the damage in. 3 Musketeers once again, and right now Tytoń, honestly, once again in a huge predicament, as he has to hold for his dear life. against this golem at the bridge. Three Musketeers barely making sure that the tower stays alive. Zapis will be psychoed, and right now Tytoń finally senses that it's his moment. He sends Evo Royal Hawks getting stopped by the by the Elixir Collector. God Knight is not connecting, and it's gonna be a very precarious position for the Polish player. Playing with the Lumberjack is Chase. Three Musketeers will be nadoed in, and I think it's unfortunate the game. Tytoń cannot hold this as the Three Musketeers are dead and they will not be able to kill these support troops. And that's gonna be the game set match. Tytoń unfortunately falling to a 2-2 score. Right now, with his tiebreaker situation, has to play perfectly to continue the run. Very unfortunate start of the tournament for Tytoń. And see if there are any other matches left. And there are. There are 9 games remaining, 8-7. Yeah, let's spectate. Oh, Kimchi 77 versus Tourist. I think that's gonna be worthwhile to watch, but it's over. Okay, we won't be able to watch it. However, we will be able to see the results, and Madkit, aka Tourist, unfortunately loses to Kimchi 77 in game number 3, playing Bridgestone against Pig's Lightning. Pig's Lightning still being a very strong composition, being strong both at counterplaying and at maintaining the single lane control. The only thing it's not good at is at coming back, as if you're back in damage, you pretty much have to play perfect defense and lightning cycle, and that's something that it's very weak at. Also very surprised that Tourist, seemingly the best bridge spam player in the world, loses a mirror matchup in the bridge spam. Even though it's not a real mirror because it's a Mega Knight versus P.E.K.K.A, I still expected Tourist to win, just because of how good he is with different cards, but not gonna be the case. Tourist dropping the game against Kimchi 77 and foregoing his perfect streak. New battles are up, so we will see. Tytoń will be playing against Hugo Chuncho XD, probably also with a worse tournament than he would have loved himself. InThrill will be playing against this guy, who I'm gonna quickly look up at Real API. Do not recognize these guys with non-Latin alphabet kind of nicknames. 8LG 98G0V. It's apparently a pro player, Sado from South Korea. His best competitive accomplishment is actually not bad. He has top 60 GT. He was 56 in 2021 CRL, so he has the competitive experience. Yeah, we'll see this matchup. Definitely, right now, if you're at 3-1 and 4-0, like, you won't be facing weak players. There are only strong ones left, and you'll be pretty much seeing players duking it out amongst themselves to compete for the last spots. I mean, last spots. Technically, it's only the second season out of 5, but still, time is running short for some guys, as if you are not consistent on ladder, one qualification is all it takes you, like all you have, and you have to make the most of it. And I do not like this Discord notification sound. Let me mute it so it's not gonna interrupt us ever again. Sorry for that. Alright, speaking of which, the matches should commence very soon, so prep the page. Let's see it.
Powerbanka czymś. On tak nie może być długo, tak sobie. Nie, to
Alright. I don't want to click it once again. Ever important misclick. Let's click the spectate, let's go. Here we go. InThrill versus Sado. Game number 1. InThrill bringing the logbait deck once again, facing off against Hoggy Q, which is considered a very good counter to the logbait. Very unfortunate start. Still, InThrill would try to sneak a couple of magic archer shots, very useful at the start of the game. to minimize the difference in damage taken. Mighty Miner will make its way to the tower. InThrill opts to play the log as well. And Sado not playing the Mighty Miner's bomb means that he's respecting InThrill, that he can create meaningful pressure in single. To get the damage back, had he played the bomb. I don't think that's the way you play. I think you'd rather pop the ability and get the damage now. But since he's having a good matchup, maybe that's the way to go. Rascals come in late, still pick off the Firecracker, and Hog EQ, just barely not enough to defend fully against the stuff. Wallbreakers kill off the Firecracker, that's definitely a mistake, and right now InThrill in a commanding lead. Huge mistake from a Korean. And right now InThrill cycling the Magic Archer in the back, as it cannot be removed from the board by force. He has to get the Barbarian Barrel on top of that, and InThrill can always press the ability to make sure that it's not gonna happen. Playing now Goblin Barrel in the back, making sure that the Mighty Miner's ability won't fully counter it. And InThrill applying pressure on both lanes with 2 Magic Archers, making sure that his opponent has the least amount of chances to go in and create a mean pressure. Magic Archer right now targeting Firecracker for 1. And now here comes the difficult part of the matchup, where the Hog Rider has to get some hits. As the Logweight player, you have to be mentally ready for that, as it's gonna happen. You cannot prevent that. And all you pretty much can do is to min-max the damage and go for the counterplay, and that's exactly what InThrill is doing. Kept realizing that his opponent does not have the best hand to defend his pressure, and going in for the counterplay on both sides. Right now cycling wall breakers in the back. Firecracker should be eaten, as InThrill right now once again has to focus his all forces on the right side to make sure that this Hog does not get a single hit, as it will be pretty much game ending. Tesla will make a light work of the Valkyrie. Another Hog Rider being played, Magic Archer barely killing the Firecracker. Good stuff from InThrill. Fire Spirit to protect the Magic Archer, not gonna cut it. And right now Earthquake cycle starts. InThrill has to generate pressure right now, going for the wall breakers at the bridge. Goblin Barrel to the side, a huge mistake, as the Firecracker would be enough, but Sado panicking plays the Barbarian Barrel anyway. Hog Rider comes down the lane. Evo Valkyrie will try to cover it all, and it does. Great Evo Valkyrie preventing all the damage from happening. Wallbreaker and Evo Goblin Barrel coming down from InThrill. Right now getting the real barrel on the right side, and a lot of real damage. 116 Magic Archer for 1 wall splash, and it's gonna be game number 1 for the Polish player. Great stuff from InThrill, getting a desired comeback in a matchup which is not easy to play. Let's look at the Tytoń. If he won his matchup, he's at 2-2. But right now, not getting information, are we? Let's try to look him up once again, and there's just no info. Maybe he's still in the game. Mohamed Light also in the game. Yeah, Tytoń still in the game. Let's see the game, and he's having a very close call, but he takes the game number 1 against Roll Giant. Not sure what he was playing in particular, but we can always look it up afterwards. Battles, Tytoń, and the matchup number 1 was Pegasus Lightning versus RG, and I see a lot of people playing RG with the Golden Cage instead of the Fisherman. Definitely an interesting way of playing this archetype, as Fisherman has been a staple in RG for such a long time. Yet, after the recent nerf, more and more people are just opting to play the more safe, more solid versions, not trying to go for the Fisherman, which requires even more micro skills and being way more careful, not guaranteeing value with his slowdown effect after pulling, being just less consistent and harder card to play. People decide to play with the Goblin Cage instead, that can stop win conditions and will stop them, unless your opponent has lightning and predicts it at the exact same frame. Also, Rascals in RG, definitely a weird pick. I would not go for that, because if you play Rascals in game 1, especially if it's not like a bait, your opponent is kinda guaranteed that you won't be going for the bait in games number 2 and 3. At least in normal sense, because in those you can also like put a bait picks. For instance, you can try to go for the balloon deck in game number 1 and assume that your opponent won't expect lava in game number 2, and that's exactly what you bring. There was a player that did that in CRL. His name was Dominic, and then he became a very good ladder player with Lava Balloon. Cody Go versus Sandbox. Let's try to spectate it if it's possible in the first place. And it's not. Okay, so the game ended shortly after. We're gonna be waiting for the next round. No matches yet. Right, so, oh my god, keep forgetting, keeps happening. Sorry for that. Yeah, I think while we're waiting for the games, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break, be right back. Right, we're back. We're back to watching InThrill versus Shadow. And he starts off right away by cycling Evo Knight, which in current meta means you're playing Graveyard. And your opponent goes without saying Lava Hound in the back. It's probably Electro Giant. Just kidding, it's Lava Hound. Furnace in the back to do a double duty. His opponent playing Void and trying to instantly break through. Poison has to come down, as the balloon hit will pretty much seal the game in this position. You have to make sure that you cannot take a balloon hit, and InThrill understands the position perfectly. Also right now he's gonna know that his opponent has Void to break through the Goblin Hut, so he'll have to engineer his defenses in a way more efficient manner. And playing the Knight at the bridge is actually a play I like to do myself. I've been playing a Grand Challenge with Graveyard, actually a couple of Grand Challenges recently. And just playing randomly Knight at the bridge forces such an uncomfortable response from your opponent that it's actually worth doing. Bowler goes for these shots, and now even goes for the Graveyard. I don't like this play from InThrill, sorry. Now has to defend a very menacing looking counter push, drops a poison on defense, which for most part will be enough. And drops the Furnace as well, which I think is a mistake, unless he has the another Goblin Hut, and he does. And oh, Shadow drops a freeze, so it was a freeze Lava Hound. Yeah, that's gonna be a huge connection from a Korean, and InThrill right now in trouble. He had to expect that something was off once he saw that the Lava Hound was played with Void. Right now he's gonna be struggling for his life. Is InThrill playing Evo Knight on the opposite side but being forced to defend the minion horde, and this looks like a game 2 loss for InThrill, unfortunately, in this matchup, as the freeze catches him off guard and there's nothing to be done at this point in the game. It's gonna be game number 3 between these two players. Let's check out on the Tytoń, and let me quickly see what's up and hopefully not lag out of any sort. There we go. Let's check out the Tytoń. He's still in the game. He has won his first game, being 1-0, and he tries to extend the lead with this ever so popular in duos, especially Goblin Joe Golden Knight Tornado deck. I've seen this deck being very popular recently with the Hero Bowler, but Tytoń not having Hero Bowler nor Hero Barbaro, opting to go for the Golden Knight, which is objectively better play in this deck. Also playing with Evo Ghost, which I don't think is the pick of choice. I just think that Tytoń doesn't have like good heroes to pick instead of Hero Ghost, and he picks up a game number 2. That's gonna seal a set for him. It's gonna be 3-2 score for Tytoń. Great showing for another Polish player. Love to see it. Let's see another interesting matches. Okay, that's not what I was looking for. Amge pushed 2 and 3, winning against Bala Bait. That's very nice. Oh, it was a forfeit. Okay, makes sense. And I'm only assuming running 0-5 as his losses are pretty much forfeits, except for the game number 1 against Adriel. Sucks to see. It really does. Mohamed Light playing against John 77. Let's spectate this game. Maybe we're gonna catch some kind of an ending. 1 minute left. Mohamed Light playing with the Pig's Lightning deck, ever so popular on ladder, losing the Magic Archer as he chooses to not care about the Magic Archer in this exposed position. Now commences a defense against the graveyard and probably plays, okay, straight up Lightning, takes no risk in this matchup, and now he's gonna try to fight at the bridge to remove the Tesla as his pigs are gonna come down to counterplay against graveyard. Has to defend cheaply, not being able to afford a cannon, and right now in precarious position is the Pharaoh. Plays the Lightning to keep himself in a damage lead, but not a greatest position for Mohamed Light. Evocan comes down as well as the Bear Barrel, and this graveyard will still connect for some hits. Evo pigs come down. 3 pigs still will go on the tower. Berserker is gonna defend, and the Lightning will be just barely enough to finish it off. Mohamed Light, flawless as ever, knows how to play this matchup and plays it to the teeth. GG, well played. And that, I believe, was the last game of this round. We'll have to watch out for, I believe, round number 3. Okay, 1 game is still ongoing. Interesting. Yep, there is gonna be 1 more round to go. A lot of people are in a 4-0 section, probably still waiting for the conclusions of their games, and I'm seeing a lot of talented players in this kind of section. Obviously this group will be split in half between 4-0 and 5-1, as these guys are paired against each other. For instance, Ian77 right now playing against Lucas X Gamer. Big matchup. Obviously both guys cannot win. Ruben playing against San Belikin, 1-1 as well. InThrill taking on EGW, a player from a recent monthly finals. Clown, for instance, will be taking on Tiago, who I haven't heard about just yet. El Molejas also in a 5-0 contention, facing off against a Lavaloon man, it's himself, in Dominic. Cody Go, however, taking on Sandbox, who I didn't even realize is in this group, but he is, 4-0 and going for 5-0. The only man to ever touch Mohamed Light last month, trying to duke it out once again, playing against the best. Lucas Zit is also, usually I remember that when I saw this kind of guy on ladder first time, I thought it's just Lucas X Gamer's old, but it's completely different guy. Obviously you cannot play on 2 different accounts. We've seen today there was a guy called OP Sam 2, and it's definitely not OP Sam's alt account. I think it's just a different guy, but it would be funny to imagine if some pro players actually play on 2 different accounts, try to pretty much mess with others during CRL and test their like very difficult micromanagement task. Barb Huntington can be sent away for now. Alright, Sub having a very good tournament, taking on Osama, 2-0, very good set. Vitor 75 as well, taking out LA from Israel. That I believe is Mugi, also having not the easiest way to the top, beating Hoei No Skill, who I've seen a couple of times on ladder, and Lord Sab. Yoru is also there, a French player who took out his countryman in Troy while climbing to the top, and also Rainbow, Rainbow took out the OP Sam and Tytoń in round 3. We've seen that on the broadcast. There's also like a couple of other guys like Kimchi77, last month's monthly finalist, a rookie that made a run and never took it back, and also Viper, a legend of the game, creator of the famous or infamous, however you wanna call it, Hawk Exinado, other Frenchman. Right, if I remember correctly, InThrill will be playing the game number 3 and Tytoń closed this out in 2-0, and my memory is not as bad as I thought it's gonna be, so we're gonna wait for the guys to prepare decks, InThrill to be exact, and hop straight into game number 3 in just a moment. And here we go. Game number 3. It is for all the marbles. It is gonna be Salo versus InThrill. Ever so important game for who gets to have the 4-1 score, which is pretty much the only way these guys can realistically qualify. InThrill at the bottom of your screen, pulling out the mortar bait, and at the top of your screen it is Sado, a Korean player, pulling out the giant skeleton barrel clone in CRL. That's super interesting, and InThrill instantly sensing there may be something in this position, using the counter pushing troops to launch a devastating counter, instantly pouncing on the occasion. He has to play the ability. If he played the ability, he would have probably taken at least half of the tower. A very wasted opportunity from InThrill, playing skeleton dragons instead. And at the top of your screen, Sado, definitely happy with the matchup, as InThrill, looking at the cards, probably only has arrows to deal with the ever-present swarm cards all around place. Well played goblins, surrounding the demolisher, nullifying every hit, and cannon card cycled in the back, instantly being punished by the skeleton barrel and the bridge. Dark Prince played, not revealing the spell, and continuing the pressure. Vines being played from Sado, revealing the only damaging spell from him in this matchup, and InThrill right now realizes that he wants to punish, he wants to get damage back, and he gets it with the Rhino on the tower. Plays Fireball as well. Right now the game is razor thin, 17-26 against 1878 from InThrill. Players within 150 HP of each other. Very weird can card, trying to predict the Golden Demolisher. Definitely not gonna be worth it, as he doesn't hit it. But even if he hit it, I don't think that would be a good investment. Golden Demolisher will connect to the tower. InThrill has to be super careful, plays the Fireball preemptively, tries to make sure that he doesn't die to the skeleton barrel. Zappies will be the last card, as the InThrill won't be having a small spell. That's a huge nuisance, as the evolved skeleton army will be the next card from Sado. He has to stack troops in the back and make sure that somehow, some way, he can make it work without a small spell against the Evo's army. Cannon card survives the onslaught, plays the Evo Mortar at the bridge, is InThrill, blocked by the Skeleton King, and now the Evolution Skeleton army will start raining havoc, as it's one of the strongest evolutions to have in your deck if your opponent doesn't have a small spell, and that's exactly where InThrill is at. Skeleton Dragons will try to make a light work. Golden Demolisher is getting on the tower for 1, doesn't make it 2, and is gonna be a precarious position from InThrill. Plays the Skeleton Barrel on defense, tries to kill one Skeleton Dragon and knock back the other. Cannon card has to be played in the back to pretty much keep the position equal. Calcard play in the middle, preventing the Giant Skeleton from going into the tower, but the clone pushes it and I think it's over. I think Sado made it. This Giant Skeleton's bomb is enough to take the tower, not quite. 296 and InThrill knows it's not over. He has to sell out for one last push. It's not gonna cut it right now. The Rhino does not deal the damage unfortunately to the Skeleton, so it's not gonna make it. 3 Skeleton Dragons blocking down the lane, and Sado instantly presets the Giant Skeleton on the opposite side, knowing that this Giant Skeleton cannot be broken. Dark Prince played once again at the bridge. Has to be played is Fireball. Dark Prince drops his Rhino and is gonna get stopped in his tracks by the Skeleton army. Still 1277 left on the left side tower. Zappi's played at the bridge and I think InThrill knows it's over. He's not gonna be winning this set unfortunately. He's gonna be losing against Sado and this very cheesy Giant Skeleton clone deck. GG, well played. InThrill will be having a 3-2 score as well. Very precarious position for both of the Polish players, as right now they pretty much above have to win every single game they play, which is not an easy feat to pull off, as their tie breaks most likely will be too weak to even consider them for the 6-3 tiebreakers. They're pretty much above in do or die situation, and it's gonna be a very stressful feat for both of them, or even one of them frankly, to qualify. Still, we have to root for them, and one game at a time, I believe they can do it. Round 5 out of 9, which means still 4 more rounds to go, 4 more games to be played, and by 4 more games I mean 4 more sets, as the game is only part of the set, and first guy to win 3 games wins a set. Those are the rules of the Clash Royale duels. I didn't want to rhyme, but I did anyway. Smash like. Okay. Speaking of which, brutal stuff. InThrill and Tytoń in a precarious position. We'd love them to pretty much bounce back. There are new matches already available. Let's see, InThrill will be facing up against Lord Sepp. So Lord Sepp having a very good tournament, then taking 2 losses, very unfortunate follow-up. Now it's gonna be facing InThrill that is also on a downwards momentum. Very interesting who's gonna win. And Tytoń will be facing up against Rolex, who I believe also has qualified to the monthly finals at least once. So that's gonna be a very fun matchup to see. Actually, I don't know. Who am I gonna be spectating? I think I'm gonna just pick one of the guys that queues for the game. That queues for the game first, because both of these matchups are exciting. But for now, I'm gonna take a short break and I'm gonna be back just in a bit. And here we are. InThrill versus Lord Seb. Game number 1. InThrill starts off strong by playing a mortar bait. Lord Seb playing a Pig's Lightning deck. I think all in all, this is the matchup advantageous for the mortar bait because of how much pressure that you can apply in single elixir. The later the game goes, the more advantage will be having a Lord Seb, as this deck is very late game focused, focusing on good defense and controlling the game. Our InThrill, with the lower elixir controls, will be able to create so much chaos and hopefully capitalize with it for enough damage. Dark Prince won't be playing ability as it will be too expensive for the single elixir. Also, Seb is the one to pretty much advocate for playing passively in single elixir. He doesn't want to open himself for a very big swings of the mortar bait. He wants to keep things as close as possible. Make sure there's no big exchanges that will lead to the uncomfy positions. Right now, a very big mistake from Lord Seb, getting his pig splashed. Right now, just because of that, InThrill can instantly like pounce on the position and creating something dangerous. Evolution Mini Horde forces some elixir, tanking for the cannon card, and now cannon card tanking for Horde. And I think at this point it's already game set match. Getting good damage is InThrill. Dark Prince should drop from the pony, but he doesn't. Seb does not understand the demands of the position that right now he has to get all the damage that he can. And InThrill cycling first set of arrows, next one will take the tower. Mortar played against the pigs, but will miss it. Right now Seb will activate the ability. Last second at that, and the Rhino just goes on the tower. However, there's no way to remove the Rascal girls. And even though Tytoń took a lot of damage, it was never enough for Lord Seb to come back, and it's gonna be a very comfortable 1-0 situation for InThrill in this game number 1. Let's check out Tytoń in his game against Rolex. They're in the sudden death overtime, or at least close, 30 seconds remaining, and Rolex is playing something that is called Prince Bait, but it's modernly played more with the Dark Prince than with the Prince. Last card won't be a rocket, but an Ice Spirit instead. And Tytoń having a very pleasant matchup in RG with Fire Spirit, trying to save the Elixir Spirit probably for the another kind of deck. Real Ghost will pick off both the Rascal Girl and the Dark Goblin, and the Royal Giant will go there for 2 hits, make it 3, not quite. Very good sellout from Tytoń, and he's just a couple of offenses away. There's the RG. Rascals won't be able to min-max it fully unless Rolex has the Evo Snowball, and he does, still gets a hit, and I think right now we can officially say that Rolex cannot come back to this game. Tytoń is 1 fireball away, and it's gonna be GG well played. So game number 1, very good for both of the Polish players, getting their wins, building back their confidence, and fireball should come down for GG well played. Tytoń grabbing the game number 1. Let's see if we can catch other games. There are still a couple of active battles. Mohammed Light facing against Kimchi77. Let's try to spectate it. Not gonna happen. And Stats Royale is just doing weird things. I do not appreciate it. Yeah, let's just watch Ian77 versus Viper. It's gonna be an interesting matchup, as both guys are very well known in community for playing Hawk Cycle, and in this mirror matchup with Graveyard, it is gonna be Ian that's gonna take the upper hand. Very well played for the American. He's gonna secure himself a 1-0 lead, and pretty much a mirror matchup. Only imbalance is that Ian played the hero bowler, so he won't be able to abuse it in game number 2. But it's always worth it if you can secure the game in the back. That's what duels are about. Even though there are some cards that you want to save, if you can secure that you are going to get a game down, you'd rather have the game in the back, especially if it's the guys of this caliber. Right, there's only one game left. Far to Sky versus 3 Pitchforks or Tridents, however you want to call it. Like, that's a very weird symbol. Amga pushed, I'm assuming, still keeps playing the tournament. Very weird to see. I'm assuming the another round already started, and it did. Mohamed Lai taking the game of Kimchi77, expected. Vitor taking his game as well. That I believe is Mugi, but let me double check it. 2CLV. 2CLV. 2RPO. 2RP0. Yeah, it is a content creator. I'm assuming it's Mugi. And it is him. Yep, so Mugi. Also, not surprised that he's at 5-0. Yoru and Clown. Clown also being the favorite in this matchup. Sorry for the cough. And actually Rainbow taking the game of Mugi, very weird to see. Yaman 77 vs 5, we've seen that. Sub taking the game of Dominic, also expected Cody go and Ruben. So the battle of the Spanish speaking players. Ruben obviously from the mainland of Spain, Código the proud representative of Colombia, taking the actually Ruben taking game number 1. Wallace against Sinistro, Wallace taking game number 1. Very nice to see Wallace back. I believe he has so much potential, and he was back in the day my inspiration, pretty much one of the reasons why I started to play RG and main it on ladder in the first place. Bale versus Guriko, I can only assume. Zweite Affäre, I believe it's Zodiac. I may be wrong though. Midnight versus Samuel Bosotto, and finally we started the game, so let's just see. Tytoń versus Rolex 1-0. InThrill versus Seb, also 1-0 in favor of Polish players. Good start to the set. Let's see if they're gonna succeed in closing it out in 2. You don't want to take any risks. If you win game number 1, you have the momentum, your opponent is forced into a must-win situation, he has to take risks. At this point, it's all on you to pretty much secure that no risks are available, to make sure that you will be controlling the tempo of the board and your opponent will be playing with nerves while you playing with ease. InThrill already in the game, let's spectate him. as he's gonna be taking on Rolex, if I'm not mistaken, unless I mistook the enemies. No, InThrill is playing against Rolex. Yeah, I knew I mistook something. So, InThrill in game number 2, starting off with Evo Knight. No surprises here. Graveyard will be the deck of choice for many players, and I'm not surprised. Evo Furnace cycled in the back. We already know the matchup. And I think we already know the matchup for Lord Sepp as well. It's gonna be a Logbait, but with Hero Bowler, because Bowler got sucked to make sure that we can get a defense, and unfortunately this Barbaro will allow the Bowler to hit the tower 3 times, or 2 times, courtesy of Goblin Hat, adding just barely enough damage. Seb with a great start to the game number 2. Still, I think that InThrill has the matchup if he survives the late game, but once again, that's pretty much what base is all about. You have to be aggressive, you have to know how to pounce on the advantage that is given to you in single elixir, and if you can win the matchup, by then you pretty much deserve to win. Graveyard is always a late game deck. If you can survive, if you can establish the central dominance, then you're allowed to pretty much graveyard poison, cycle 3 cards, graveyard poison, cycle 3 cards, and repeat this process all over again. Bowler being played on defense, trying to stop the wall breakers, probably not a comfortable cycle for InThrill, and Seb in a commanding spot in this matchup. Seb right now bringing the Inferno Tower just to counter the Hero Bowler, and a very good pick that is. InThrill definitely not happy with this interaction, has to settle down for defending Fire Spirit to a Goblin Hut. Bowler played in the back for Seb, and InThrill just cycles the Furnace in the back. He's down, but definitely not out in this game, as it is the InThrill that has the spell-like cycle advantage in having poison versus frankly nothing. For as long as InThrill can like cover the Goblin Barrels without taking damage himself, he pretty much will be in a very good position. As a double Bowler roll, very unfortunate. The Goblin Hut has to come down to stop the evil wall breakers, as there's no other efficient way of dealing with that, and that's a very good Bowler to stop 2 bowlers just by himself. Splash damage really makes him build like that. Also, InThrill is struggling in this matchup because of the lack of the cheap cards. Usually in Graveyard, you have the Skeletons, you have the Berserker, you have the Ice Spirit, some kind of a cheap card to cover these wall breakers, to cover these Dark Goblins. InThrill, I would say, playing it raw, with just heavy cards, with playing Hero Bowler, guards being played on the Dark Goblin, try to destroy the Hero Bowler, and that's just a brutal spend, as it's not gonna find a good return. InThrill goes for the Desperation Graveyard, trying to get some damage, now that players are 80 seconds away from the end of the sudden death overtime. Bowlers duke it out in the middle of the arena. I can only assume it is gonna be InThrill's Bowler that's gonna come out on top, and the wall breakers will have to be eaten. InThrill is going for the sellout, setting up the Hero Bowler roll delivery with a huge value. Graveyard comes down, and this Bowler will get one hit unless it's gonna get blocked. Berserker instantly goes there to prevent the graveyard damage, and InThrill with 2 bowlers at the bridge, that's definitely a good stand. He has to pounce on this advantage. Bowler will get 3 hits against the Inferno Tower, and that's pretty much right now the situation he was exactly looking for. Wall breakers will have to be stopped by the Goblin Hut. Graveyard is on the tower, the Dark Goblin will have to be poisoned, and it is. InThrill right now in a commanding lead. He's just 2 poisons away from taking this game into a drag. Guards played, as well as the Barbaro. Graveyard plus poison has to come down, and Seb just doesn't have a direct damage. If InThrill keeps this game locked, he plays Bowler, he needs to play Graveyard, he needs to play poison, the wall breakers come down. Barbaro not being played, Guards, do not pick up the Goblin Barrel, and it's gonna be Lord Seb picking the game number 1 by being very aggressive at the end of the triple elixir. Well played from both players. Unfortunately, InThrill just falling short to get the necessary damage. Well played from Lord Seb. Let's see if we can get a glimpse of the game of Tytoń against Rolex. We cannot, as the game has ended. Let me check on my PC. What was the score of the guys? Tytoń is at 4-2, so he managed to close down the set against Rolex, playing RG in game number 1 against the Prince Bait with the Dark Prince. Bro, it's so weird to see Dark Prince Bait, let's call it that. Dark Prince Rascals, Dark Goblin Bandit, Goblin Barrel, this type of stuff. And in game number 2, Rolex brings the Pig's Lightning, one of the most solid decks in the meta. And Tytoń just brings a Chaos Mega Knight Hog Rider with Lightning and Magic Archer. And Tytoń just grabs the set, securing himself a position at 4-2, very important one that he wants to maintain, pretty much eliminating Rolex from the equation. And it is right now the job of the InThrill to do the exact same thing to Lord Seb and to not get tilted after losing this game number 2, as the game number 3 should be still advantageous for him. Just need to close things down. Let me check battles of InThrill, and let's check the matchups together. Against Lord Seb in game number 1, it was Seb bringing Lock and Lightning, so most likely we won't be seeing a heavy cycle from Seb. And in game number 2, only delivery wasted from Seb, so InThrill definitely in more interesting spell-wise position. Card-wise, I think InThrill still can play a Pig's Lightning, and if Seb expects that, he can bring this Mega Knight Hog Rider type of deck and snipe. I'm just scared that it's gonna happen, but I still think it can be outplayed from a Pig's Lightning. I think Pig's Lightning will be the strongest option for InThrill, and he should definitely go for it. We'll see if he's gonna do it, or if he's gonna opt for completely something else and subvert everyone's expectations. Speaking of which, we've done a lot of yapping and there's not enough matching. Mohamed Light drops a first game of the Swiss to Kimchi 77, very fierce opponent, qualifying to the monthly finals just a month ago and already taking the game against a Pharaoh. Love to see it. Let's see if there are any people with 6-0 scores, and they are. Vitor 75 beating Reminor, trainer Adnan getting actually pretty very easy route to a 6-0 score. Jor Z beating Lucas Zit and Eric, also beating Hasael. Alright, that's not an easy route. Jor Z, congratulations, very good score. Clown beating 2-0 Yoru, which is an excellent score. Sub being 6-0, beating Dominic 2-0, beating Osama 2-0, just great stuff from a Brazilian. Ian 77 also beating Viper 2-0 and Lucas 2-1. Just great showing from American. Rainbow 6-0 after beating Tytoń. He follows it up by beating Mugi and OP Sam. I think it's Mugi. I may be wrong though. Ruben 6-0 after we won't know because the matchups are not loading, after beating Koldigo, Sanbelikin and COK. Great stuff. And Asaf actually 6-0 as well after beating EGW and Remy Eli. And actually after beating Juicy, I didn't even see it, but Juicy got a forfeit from Asaf and still lost. That's a brutal way to go out. I'm actually wondering, where is Juicy? Is he like at 4-2 group? Juicy. He's at 4 and 2, yes. Losing to Morten and Asaf, and except from that, beating everyone, beating Intrained, beating Nate, beating 2.6, whoever this guy is, and beating this Arabian guy, which I don't recognize, so I'm not gonna say anything. Game number 3, I believe InThrill is ready, and Seb taking his sweet time to pick the deck for the game number 3. Let's see what he's got, and who's gonna take it. It's ever so important, game number 3. Reminder, if you want to guarantee yourself a qualification to the next day, being group stage, you want to have at least 7 and 2 score, or 6 and 3 with a very good tiebreaker. And if you're at 3 and 2 score, your tiebreaker is already pretty dead, so your only way of qualifying, like realistically, is to go like undefeated for the rest of the day. You're at 3 and 2, you need 4 more wins, as this list has 9 rounds. InThrill needs a win right here, right now, and it's gonna be against Lord Seb. And what other way to close out the set than by playing the main archetype that you play on a daily basis? It's gonna be a bridge spam versus Seb, bringing in the Royal Recruits pigs. InThrill already trying to quote unquote outspam his opponent. Dark Prince charging down the lane, Spirit Empress trying to go for the hit, not gonna happen. Seb very patient, trying to get a full defense with Zappies, and he does. Roll goes from InThrill, and pretty much InThrill showing the entire deck for his opponent already. Golden Knight in kind, and Golden Knight is gonna be parried by the Bataram. Next Bataram will be evolved, and obviously InThrill is aiming at this timing attack. He will try to play a Mega Knight and Bataram behind. That's the way you want to play this matchup, especially against Royal Recruits, where you don't want to split your attention. Flying Machine absorbing way more Royal Recruits than expected. InThrill zaps the Flying Machine. I think it's a very bad zap, as you want to play for the timing attack, unless I don't know something about this matchup. In that case, I'm gonna allow InThrill to play his game and pretty much stay in the control of this game. DD Cage promptly will catch the Dark Prince, and that's gonna be not negotiable. Mega Knight comes down the lane, trying to stop the Golden Knight. I think kinda preemptive. Evo MK, you'd rather drop it on Recruits. And Spirit Empress in kind for InThrill, trying to get the push already going, as he already played the Mega Knight. Getting a Fireball against the Flying Machine, very good research from InThrill, not allowing Flying Machine to be not covered. And a very good defense from both players. Seb still staying in lead. Zappies being played, InThrill not having arrows to finish them off. It's gonna be a nuisance for now, and Royal Recruits come down at the bridge. It was very expected. Royal Ghost against 4 Recruits, and Mega Knight against a spammy lane. Spirit Empress ground version, just to block the Mega Knight, and a very important block, as not blocked Golden Knight would be pretty much guaranteeing a win for the Seb at this point, looking at how close this game is. Dark Prince tries to close in on the Zappies, gets the Fireball, is InThrill. 26-11 as one Zappy connects to the tower, and right now Golden Knight quickly goes for the tower. Not gonna happen. Mega Knight is in response, and Zappies will be there to respond to the Flying Machine. A Cage cycled. Next Cage will be evolved. Gets the jump and a Zappy hit. Is InThrill. Definitely good stuff for the Polish. Right now cycling splash cards in the back. And all in all, I just think a very pleasant matchup for InThrill. Looking at the matchup, you have 3 splash cards against recruits. They're not gonna get value ever, unless you fall asleep behind the keyboard. Dark Prince goes for a splashy, and a huge one it is, 2079 on the right hand side tower for Seb. And Fireball instantly going for the flying machine, as even if you can play pigs, the pigs will just feed the counter push for the MK player. You just want to save these fireballs for Zappies or the flying machine, whichever one pretty much threatens to take more value. Spirit Empress, very difficult to remove in this matchup, and InThrill right now recognizing this fact, playing as much elixir as it's physically possible to block it, Evil Mega Knight to block the Golden Knight, and that's gonna be about it. Seb not even playing a win condition, playing a triple spell recruits without pigs, very weird choice of a deck for the game number 3, and definitely not gonna work out. InThrill takes the game number 3 and secures himself alive in this tournament. 3 games to go, he needs to win every single one of them, but he doesn't have to worry about the set number 6, as he just won it in a very dominant fashion. Very well played for a Polish Fino. Let's check the battles. It's gonna be Tytoń and InThrill at 4 and 2, and unfortunately it's a very tough spot to be at, as from this point forward these guys don't have a good enough tiebreaker to advance from a 6 and 3 position. They have to go all the way, and that's what we're cheering for them to basically achieve exact that. Right now the matches will get incrementally close. I think at 4 and 2 you still face good players, but not as good as at 5 and 1. And after that you have to score 2 another big victories. It's gonna be very difficult for them to pull it off, but if anyone can do it, it's those 2. Also, like I've said, if you have any matchup that is featured and I'm not covering it, you can suggest it to me and I can cover it with you. I just don't have any like suggestions in the chat for now, so I'm sticking to my favorites, in being Tytoń and InThrill. Obviously I want to see Polish representation in the monthly finals. That will be absolutely neat. Also, I don't see Mohamed Light up on the leaderboard, so I'm only assuming he lost his game. Mohamed Light 5 and 1, yeah, he dropped a set and a big one. Mohamed Light, let me check it. Losing to Kimchi77 as the last month's monthly finalist, stays undefeated, and Mohamed Light, the guy who secured the golden ticket, struggling to maintain the undefeated streak, is gonna drop a game early on in this tournament. I mean, early on, it's technically 6th round, but still, for Mohamed Light, you'd expect this guy to go 9 and 0, 8 and 1 worst case scenario, and he's 5 and 1 right now. Let's see if he's gonna bounce back and maintain his 9 and 1, 8 and 1 spot. I don't think Mohamed Light will find himself in a position where he doesn't qualify. Not saying that it's impossible, but looking at the odds, it's improbable. Alright, so we're preparing for the next matches. I think I'm gonna take a short break, and after that we're gonna be covering either the InThrill's game, who is gonna face the Naldinho, or Tytoń's game, who's gonna face Dexter's. I don't know these guys, unfortunately, so pretty much up to you which one we'll be seeing, or if you have a featured match for me that you want me desperately to cover, I'm down for ideas. Let me down in the chat below. Yeah, see ya in about 2 minutes. Right, we're back. Let's check out on the Tytoń. What he's doing, he's not in the game, but I'm assuming InThrill is. And he is. Let's spectate him. As right now both of the guys are in a must-win position. 1 in 8 chance they pull it off. Times the odds that they are just better than their opponents. We wish them the best. And InThrill, once again, going back to all trusted bait. Getting early damage as bait is intended to be played. Wall breakers at the bridge being absorbed by Goblin Hut. Definitely a good exchange for the Polishman. Playing bulk at the bridge, forcing Giant Skeleton in basically taking 6-4-10 trade in last two cards, having to play Ken, make it 9-4-10, getting +1. Okay, 10-4-10 with the Fire Spirit, definitely not something you want to see unless you wanted just to side-cook some cards. Goblin Barrel goes on the inside, trying to predict some card being played. I am not a biggest fan. Rascals to block the bridge, definitely a good play. Log to minimize the damage from the skeletons, and right now InThrill will have to play the Evolution Valkyrie to stop this Evolution Furnace. Definitely a good exchange. Wall breakers in behind. And Goblin Barrel instantly to pressure. Right now, InThrill should be realizing already that his opponent does not have the Barbarian Barrel, so every time he's gonna play the Goblin Barrel, he's gonna get a value. And right now, Giant Skeleton is being played in the back, so he has to pressure with the Valkyrie at the bridge. He's playing Valkyrie on defense though, not realizing the urgency of the situation. Playing Wall breakers, that's gonna be covered very easily. Magic Archer to control the board. Right now InThrill feels confident he can defend. I genuinely think he needs more damage at in this situation. He can play Wall breakers at this point, but I think InThrill just preparing the Evolution Goblin Barrel play. I don't think that's the way to play this matchup though. He has to be more aggressive than his opponent. Valkyrie comes down the lane just to tank for the Furnace, and right now the Evil Goblin Barrel will drop just as follows. And a huge play right now from InThrill as the Valkyrie still tanks for the Decoy Barrel. Rascal Boy tries to get on the tower as the Rascal Girl tries to help him out. Magic Archer at the bridge to get a connection against the Giant Skeleton, and ability will be played. Evil Furnace gets no value on the opposite side, and InThrill keeps on attacking. Great control from a Polishman, getting a kite with the Wall breakers, getting 2 connections, getting the log, trying to get a kill on the Furnace, barely not gonna happen. And right now that's actually a scary stuff. Rascals have to come down on defense, and a beautiful snowball from Naldinho to clear up the Rascal Girls. Gets 2 hits for his effort, and it's just not enough in this matchup. InThrill takes game number 1 in a confident manner. Let's check on the Tytoń. Sorry for this, but Stats Real once again trolling me to the limit of my abilities, as well as the Duolingo. It's what it is. Usually there's no captcha, but once in a while there is. Tytoń. Not Toot, Tytoń. Still in the game. And his opponent, most likely the overtime, playing a Mortar Bait against Lava Hound. Very advantageous matchup for the Tytoń, for as long as he keeps the Evo Valkyrie at bay. Evo Valkyrie, contrary to popular belief, is the strongest card in this matchup. Spirit Empress feels strong, but as long as you can separate her from the push, you shall not fear anything. The Mega Minion though, getting a very swift leap on the tower. Valkyrie getting 2 hits, and that's a brutal swing for Dexter's. Right now Tytoń has to create some pressure. He creates it with Mortar. He plays the Dark Goblin to predict the Tombstone. Beautiful play. Fireball to basically kill off the Spirit Empress. Mortar will not get a shot because the Mega Minion is here. The Spirit Empress has to be blocked, and it is. Mega Minion will get 1 hit on the can card, and Tytoń just has to break the Tombstone, and he does. Valkyrie is getting played. Dark Goblin in kind. Right now Tytoń has to be aggressive. He plays Skeleton Barrel, blocked by the mortar that is. If the bomber dies, the mortar will be on the tower. Fireball has to come down, and the goblin barely doesn't hit. Tytoń loses the game number 1 just by a millisecond. Very well played from the opponent though, pretty much fighting through a very difficult matchup. As I've said, Evil Valkyrie will be the most scary thing in this matchup. If you can control the Evil Valkyrie, you can control the game. Spirit Empress is not scary at all. You can always play Skeleton Barrel on defense. Against Evil Valkyrie you have no response and you have to spend every single penny to stop her. She got too much value, she got 2 tornadoes on the tower, she eliminated I believe some stuff, and that was just unfortunate sequencing for InThrill. For Tytoń. One more active battle. Mr. Fran. Can we even spectate that? We cannot. So we're gonna be waiting for the round number 2 as our players, competitors, challengers for potential second golden ticket will be preparing their best decks for the game number 2. There it is, the round number 2 is announced. Let me check the best of the best. Duking it out, Vitor taking game number 1 of Jersey, Annan taking game number 1 of Rainbow, Clown winning against Kimchi77, who in turn beat Mohammed Light, so very fun turnaround. Ian taking lead against Ruben, Sub actually dropping a game to Asa, very weird to see, as Sub is a clear favorite in this set. Mohammed Light getting a game against Surgical Goblin, which I think even on itself is a very weird pairing. Sergi definitely not happy after that. And from other pairings there is Rakan that dropped a game to 40k. I just noticed that Surgical Goblin is actually streaming. Let me check on that. I have it muted. Okay, so it's gonna be fine. I just don't want to lose this streak, man. Alright. That's gonna be pretty much all from the top games. Nubi Basoto, Igor Yoru. No surprises here so far. Johnny77 dropping a game. Kitashian versus a Korean. Cody got dropping a game to Tourist, so Tourist at 5-1 and definitely making a case for himself, trying to get to qualify to the monthly finals. Definitely a player that we lacked last season, as he had a very bad start to the Swiss bracket and then being unable to come back. I was gonna have a better tournament. Also, I'm wondering where is the Pedro. Pedro is 4-2. Definitely not a best showing. He has to pretty much clutch up right now. And he's losing the game number 1, so not a good tournament from Pedro, who finished the Swiss stage last month with 9-0 score. Right now struggling to pretty much qualify. We'll see how it's gonna go. InThrill and his opponent are waiting. Tytoń is waiting for his opponent. We're gonna, I think, wait for this matchup. Let me drop my keyboard down, as I know it's very annoying when the keyboard pretty much takes up the half of the screen. And we're in the game. Let's spectate it. Tytoń dropping game number 1 in a very close quarter call. We're willing to come back, and Tytoń brings the Electro Spirit and Skeletons. I just hope it's not X-Bow. And it's not X-Bow, fortunately. He knows that X-Bow is so easy to snipe, and people know Tytoń that he's the X-Bow one trick, so he would not make this mistake. Tytoń bringing in a Hog Cycle, most likely Hog EQ, but it can be Hog Lightning as well, into a Swiss stage. bringing a Tesla as well. Currently the strongest building, after a lot of nerfs to the cannon and to the other buildings. Indefinitely, the strongest building in the game is Tesla, to cover the hero balloon, to cover the Evo minion horde, and much more, and so forth. Bowler being played by Dexters, probably not understanding the synergy behind this deck, as hero goblins are definitely strong. I don't think they are strong enough to justify them to put over the hero bowler or the Evo ghost. I think the best variant of this deck would be with evolution skeleton barrel and two heroes, hero bowler, hero goblins. Okay, Tytoń opting to defend the whole suspicious bush, giving back the tempo for the Dexter, cycling hero goblins in the back, cycling ghosts in the back. You would even say that's a very weird sight to see a hyper bait deck cycling stuff in the back, but on top ladder where people don't make mistakes against defending single card threats, that's the best way of playing, basically slowly but surely adding another layers of pressure and making sure that your opponent doesn't have a good cycle once these cards cross the midway point of the field. Skeleton barrel being played, the Evil Tesla has to be in cycle, and it is. Beautiful stuff from Tytoń, recognizing that he needs the Evil Tesla against the Evil Skeleton barrel, and he gets it perfectly. Furnace will come down to the bowler, but Tytoń already busy with cycling to another one. Mighty Miner being played against bowler, and this suspicious bush will get some damage if it wasn't for the skeletons. Very good log from Tytoń, preventing any stupid stuff from connecting to the tower. Skeletons being played to Kaidi Raskolgar. I think it's gonna still connect for one, and there it is. Furnace still being a nuisance. Fire Spirit connecting to the tower, and Tesla cycled in a way that it can kite both Suspicious Bush and the Skeleton Barrel. Bowler will connect to the tower. Tytoń has to know that, as the bowler connects for one, maybe even for two. Okay, not quite. Tesla being played on defense, and that's gonna be quite pretty much enough. Furnace is so strong in this matchup, spawning Fire Spirits consistently, and Fire Spirits pretty much get value against every other card of Dexter's. Mighty Miner right now against Ghost and Bowler, that's pretty much a Mighty Miner that single-handedly blocks 8 elixir worth of value. Tytoń blocks the first Suspicious Bush with the Skeletons, doesn't even have to, probably will go for the Hawk, not really, just, oh, he will go for the Hawk Rider. Kinda unnecessary. I thought he wanted to bait out elixir, but it appears he wanted to go in as anyway. Furnace being played, and since Tytoń haven't played the Earthquake just yet, I'm assuming he's playing a Lightning, as the Lightning has no targets in this matchup. For Tytoń, Mighty Miner won't be playing a bomb. He also played a log, which I consider a mistake, not a big one, but definitely one that can be punished if your opponent is paying attention to exact card cycle that you're playing. The Evil Tesla has to come down against Evil Skeleton Barrel, and here it comes. It's gonna be just on time, deleting every single threat that will ever come, and Tytoń just very elegantly controlling the game number 2, having a good matchup but also playing it to a teeth, disallowing any potential counterplay. Just masterclass of a Hawk cycle against a good matchup from Polish Bow God, I can even say. There's no one better in Poland to play the X-Bow than him, and there are a lot of people who try it. Only he was able to reach the highest heights of the arena. Good stuff from Tytoń, tying things up in his set. InThrill, let me check on him. InThrill still in the game against Nadinho, so I'm assuming playing along sudden death. Not quite, the results should be already in. Let's look for InThrill. And he's at 4-2, so I'm assuming he lost the game number 2, and we're gonna be looking at the game number 3. unless the results are still not live. We'll see. Let me check from my PC. Sometimes, even though it's one website, the results are just faster on the PC. And yes, unfortunately InThrill lost the game number 2 to Nadinho, playing Mega Knight Pigs deck with Mother Witch and Fisherman. Very interesting creation. Probably trying to snipe multiple archetypes. Runs into the Mortar Bait with Fireball. Very unfortunate matchup. I would say, even though you have like a lot of opportunities to win, your opponent has a very clear plan. He just spams, and if it fails, he loses. But looking at the score, I don't think it failed. I think InThrill had to be stuck in some awkward cycle in which he wasn't comfortable either against Rascals or against Cannon Card. And it just happens against Mortar Bait. We've all been there, we've all done that. And Fisherman pretty much only value against Cannon Card. Yeah. So InThrill will be fighting on still only one life remaining, as if he loses right now, I don't think he's making it with his current tiebreakers. Obviously I think he's gonna keep on playing, but it's not gonna be very likely for them to advance if they lose even once. Both InThrill and Tytoń have to pretty much play perfectly from this point forward if they wish to repeat their Cinderella story from the last month and qualify to the group stage of the CRL. Also, Vitor fails to close the set against Josie. 1-1 in their duel. Ruben also ties things down with Ian. Tytoń will keep playing against who I believe is Ta. I may be wrong though, so I'm gonna just check the tag. JPP C9 URJ. It's not even a pro, it's just techie. Some rookie from Japan getting like a very brilliant score in 5-1. Putting a good fight against Tytoń, just impressive stuff. El Mole has also 5-1. Against Reminor, he's 1-1. Morton against Soxy, also 5-1. A lot of good players playing this tournament. I believe Juicy was 4-2, right? Against Vadim Dmish, a Russian 2.6 player. Let's see, InThrill still not in the game, Tytoń still in the game. Boys really like to take their time with picking decks, and obviously you cannot take it away from them. If you love the competition, you want to see it on the highest level, and you achieve the highest level by pretty much playing the best decks, and sometimes finding those take time. And since our players are allowed to pick decks for a long time, we won't complain, because they pretty much provide us with the best type of gameplay that there is. Those are best 1500 players in the world duking it out, trying to qualify for the very famous CRL World Finals, and InThrill bets it all in game number 3, bringing out the 3 ladies, 3 musketeers, 3 musketieren. I don't know more languages to say that, but basically 3 musketeers. and it's gonna be against MK Hog Rider. Very popular archetype still. I thought it's gonna be only popular a month ago, where like Mega Knight was pretty much a go-to choice to counter bridge spam, and Hog Rider is always well known to be good against bridge spam, as bridge spamming cards are not good at stopping this one hog hit that you are aiming at. But it appears that the deck became a staple for a lot of players. Bowler being played, that's gonna be at least 2 hits, maybe even 3. Oh my god, it's 4 hits for Naldinho. Beautiful send with Hog Rider and Rage just amplifying the annoying factor. The Electro Spirit will be a great way of dealing with the ability Bowler, and Archer Queen will put the blue dude out of his misery. InThrill being in a very interesting predicament, as he plays the 3 Musketeers against Mega Knight and Archer Queen. Very difficult matchup, I'd say. He has to find a way to force out the MK early to basically allow the 3 ladies to then get the job done. And there he goes. Plays the Battle Ram cycles. Next Battle Ram will be evolved. And right now 3 Musketeers will allow him to create a lot of pressure. I'm assuming Bowler will be cycled in back, and he is. Archer Queen will play a double duty by ability sniping 2 Musketeers, and right now InThrill playing Battle Ram in the back, so most likely we'll see some kind of a big sand on the right side. No, only pressure. Playing Battle Ram against the Lumberjack and Electro Spirit. Very weird. InThrill uses the Battle Ram as the decoy to get more advantage with the 3 Musketeers, and I actually hate this play. I think you have to go in with the evolved Battle Ram. But InThrill just plays the Hero Bowler as his win condition, and it may even work. Hog Rider should come down behind. He goes for the opposite lane, and that's just a bad decision from Naldinho. He should be going where he's stronger, which is on the left side. Right now InThrill has the Evo Furnace. He's gonna stack a lot of troops, and he has to start spamming on the right side as well to pretty much prevent his opponent from getting a very good Mega Knight value. But the bars are on the tower and they're not getting stopped. InThrill with a beautiful game number 3 win. Gonna send us to the 5-2 territory, putting ourselves ever so closer to the qualification spot. Let's check out the Tytoń. He still is not playing against Dexters, which I don't believe is the case, as right now we are like 4 minutes in and everyone should be already playing, and there are. Tytoń in the decisive game as well for his qualification spot, choosing to go for Goblin Drill. Poison. Goblin Demolisher will kite the Gen Skeleton back, and right now Tytoń has to find a way to kill this Mother Witch, or it's gonna pretty much demolish these guards and spawn a lot of pigs, and I think for Tytoń it's gonna be over. This run is not looking possible as the game is nearing its end, and Tytoń, I think, unfortunately will be eliminated. He's gonna be landing in a score 4-3, which technically speaking is still possible to qualify, but Tytoń did not have a good start to the tournament. He was at 2-2 at some point, so he doesn't have wins against good players. And the next games won't be more favorable, as he would have to get wins against players that will make a good run, and then they just won't make a good run because it's the end of the tournament. Right now it's a tough spot for Tytoń. I think he already is mathematically eliminated, and very unfortunate news for Tytoń. What can I say? Also, I'm gonna request some cards because I have some downtime. Sorry for that. But it just has to be done. I'm maxing out war decks on my 5 accounts, so it's gonna take 2 minutes, but in these 2 minutes these 2 minutes will be pretty much perfect, as we're gonna be waiting for the next draft of matchups anyway. So you may as well just see what kind of cards I'm requesting, as I'm gonna be upgrading my clan war decks to pretty much allow my clan to progress faster and more consistently throughout the clan war ranks. My goal is to get my clan to the 3000 clan war medals by the end of the 2026, and I still think it is very possible. However, with the last war efforts, it's just less and less likely, as it just appears that even though we're getting like beatable opponents, my clanmates are not getting the reps that we need, which is sad to see. But I just don't want to enforce the clan wars. Maybe I should have. Maybe I should be enforcing clan wars, because this way at least the goal would be clear. I'll have to pretty much calculate what's worth more for me, being a good leader or being pretty much a go-getter in this regard. Alright, it took a very weird turn. I don't want to make it a very weird tangent, so for now I'm gonna just get some donations in, get some here, get some there, and after one more account we're gonna pretty much go back to the matches number 8 out of 9. We're pretty much very near closing things out today in terms of a Swiss, and once again it's gonna be pretty much must-win scenario for InThrill. And for Tytoń, I think he's gonna just play for fun, because at this point it's gonna be pretty difficult for him to qualify. Still, I think he's gonna do play his best. At least let's hope for that. Let's refresh the page, just like that. Let's just check the concurrent battles. InThrill will be fighting against DVJ, who is also at 5-2 score. So that's exactly what we need. A player with a very good win rate, and a player with a which is like not a pro player. I have not heard about DVJ. Maybe he's good, but I have not heard about him. He has never qualified to CRL monthly finals. So I think for InThrill, definitely beatable. InThrill has been in monthly finals twice, and one of the showings almost guaranteed him a golden ticket, so definitely experience in that regard. If I had to bet on one of the guys objectively with my savings, it would be on InThrill, even without my bias. So you'd expect him to go 6-2 and close out everything on a coin flip, but obviously you cannot think about that. Even if you are faced with a free win, you have to know how to convert it, and DVJ definitely looking scary with this 5-2 score. InThrill will have to work for his money in order to secure this win and put himself at the exact position that he wants. At the same time, let's check out Tytoń. He's at 4-3 and he's facing ex Antonio 04. We'll see how this matchup is gonna go. And from upper matches, we'll be having Clown versus Sinestro. We have Jorzi versus Ruben, very interesting, both Spanish-speaking players. I definitely expected Ruben to be up there, as he is a 2020 world champ, and he has made it a lot of times. Jorzi, however, I've only known this guy from a bit of ladder and maybe from coaching. I haven't seen him compete at the highest level. Just like that. Rainbow will be facing off against Asaf. Both of these guys 7-0, excellent scores. Mohamed Light 6-1, pretty much saying that the defeat did not shake him. His mental is still fine, and he's gonna keep on bringing us the best gameplay possible. Mugi will be facing Dark, Crazy Hawk will be facing Turan. Very weird. Very weird. Top of the leaderboard, I would say. Usually you would see way more pro players. Also, I don't see Ian77, so I'm assuming he's at 6-1 score. There's a John77, and yes, Ian77 will be facing a Korean guy, which I believe that's the exact same guy that qualified to the group stage last month. But let me just double check it. U2YV YGGV2. As that's Wu. Yeah, that's the exact same guy that qualified to the previous month of the group stage. Interesting. Right, so looking at the matchups, once again, we're gonna be spectating InThrill as no one in the chat is suggesting anything otherwise. And we're gonna be just cheering for our homeboy Polish guy that he's gonna bring back the trophy. DVJ, game number 1, InThrill starting off strong with most likely P.E.K.K.A bridge spam or Giant Skeleton. I would be happy with both, but I've seen that this kind of bridge spam combination is not that unpopular, especially with double small spell and Skeleton Dragons being a newest addition to a bridge spam. Right now the Mega Knight is being played, so it's not gonna be P.E.K.K.A. And DVJ playing some kind of bait with the Dark Prince, most likely right now to block the Dark Goblin, and he does. Skeleton Dragons to pressure to make sure that Dark Prince won't cross the midway point, and he doesn't. Skeleton Dragons will make it to the tower, very well timed zap from InThrill, getting some damage, and that's just a beautiful start from the Polish guy. Arrows late, I'm assuming? No arrows at all. I think that's just a mistake from InThrill. Taking a lot of damage, he should be eating it with arrows. Oh, he didn't have arrows in cycle. Okay, that's my bad. Yeah, see guys, that's why I'm not in CRL and he is. He knew exactly that he has to play Ghost. He didn't even risk it, he didn't even try to go for a greedy play. He just knew. Fire Spirit to pressure, InThrill will have to eat it and most likely even play Mega Knight at the bridge. No, Mega Knight in the back, so he just cycles Battle Ram, nothing too big. And Mega Knight will counter these wall breakers, but not before taking some damage. Yeah, 700 damage despite playing Mega Knight on top of the wall breaker is just brutal stuff. Arrows instantly on the Dark Goblin, so the second Dark Goblin will not be contested. Battle Ram at the bridge opposite lane. Mega Knight will try to break the can, and he does. Dark Goblin putting a lot of work, and these barbarians will have to get some damage, but they don't. They just don't. Dark Prince comes down, and I think InThrill just loses the game number 1. That's a very unfortunate stuff, as the matchup didn't look even that bad. Evo Battle Ram being played, but just a bit too late. Unless the Mega Knight connects somehow on the tower. Yes, that's not gonna be possible, and InThrill drops the game number 1. With a bridge spam, a comfort deck at that, very unfortunate start to the series. At least your opponent wasted the Hero Dark Prince, which is very prevalent. It's used in so many decks. We've seen it mostly in E-Giant and in bridge spams on ladder, but in competitive we've seen it also in P.E.K.K.A cycle, in a lot of cycle decks. Here in bait it's been used in graveyard, like Hero Dark Prince, so frequently used. Especially in this meta, people just realize how underrated this card is and how game changing it is. If you play the 3 elixir and your opponent has nothing in the tank, it's pretty much a perfect punishment card, as unless you have the reset, you cannot stop the Rhino from charging and dealing massive damage on the tower. You just have to have response against that if you're playing competitive, because of the sheer amount of damage that it can do in one blow. And unless you can punish that blow or stop it, you cannot pretty much eat it. It's just not gonna cut it. Also, I'm yapping too much. I should be watching Tytoń. Maybe he's in dire need of a help. He is still in the game. Let's see if we can join it, and we do. And Tytoń is playing Lava Empress, a deck that he didn't play for the entire day, and he pulls it at the exact perfect moment, getting a job done against Antonio for nice stuff. Also, yeah, Clan Wars, it is what it is. Unfortunately, we deranked because this French mafia cooks the entire boats of every single clan that they touch, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, not the best score. I genuinely thought that this war will be easy, but like, I'm gonna still play my all war attacks and it's gonna be fine, but there are people that are like very good at getting a lot of war attacks and they just don't attack until the last second, which demoralizes the rest of the clan. Like, I believe Clan Wars is built on two things. It's built on a clan activity and on momentum. So you pretty much not only have to get the attack in at all, you also have to get it in fast. And I just didn't have a time to get attacks fast today. That's why I think my clan is not getting attacks, because they don't believe that we can get the score anyway, and we absolutely can. Because even if it takes me to get my attacks at 2 AM, I will. And I just want other people to also get their attacks in. Okay, so from current battles, we're not having a new round, but we're having a new cookies from statsrel.com. Definitely not sponsor this stream. Mortar Royale at 4 and 3, probably also out of this tournament. Very brutal stuff. Gunnar CR versus Osama. Okay, finally their match is over, and we will be able to focus on the games number 2. If I recall correctly, it was InThrill that lost the game number 1, and he has to fight and do a reverse sweep against his opponent. Tytoń kinda playing already from a comfortable position, as the position cannot be worse for him. He's 4 and 3 and has a god-awful tiebreak, so he might as well just win as many games as he can, and if he doesn't qualify, like, he already expected that. InThrill, though, from a very stressful position, as he still can qualify, and definitely will like put a lot of heart into these next 2 sets. Now, being down 0-1, we'll have to come up with something that's gonna cover the most matchups out of his opponent that started off with bait. We'll see how it's gonna fare. We'll see how things will fare. I think I have to, for these type of streams, insert more of a production, because if I don't have enough like of an active chat, I may at least like have some music to play in the background while we have the downtime, so it's like more entertaining, not only for viewers, even for me. I'm just kind of bored in this downtime, because how many times can I talk about the players scoring this way and not another? Ugh. Speaking of which, the players are definitely almost ready with their decks, and we'll see them play soon. So let's already prepare the InThrill, and let's queue into his game the moment he prepares the deck. A very important one. And his opponent is already ready. Ready. He's ready. I think that's self-explanatory. 5 and 2. Definitely still possible to qualify, but it's gonna be difficult. And yet, I believe if anyone can do it, it's gonna be InThrill. Let's go. Game number 3. DVJ with 883. InThrill has a better ladder finish, he can do it. And we have Log and Tesla first play. Tesla not evolved, it's not gonna be X-Bow. If it was X-Bow, it would be evolved Tesla, evolved Archers. Not evolved Tesla, probably signifies some kind of Hogs play. I'm assuming it's gonna be a Hog EQ. Maybe Royal Hogs, yeah, there is the Hog, and a very good pick from an InThrill. Getting the Graveyard against Hog, that's just a beautiful matchup. I believe it's winnable from the perspective of the Hog cycle, even during a last Grand Challenge video, which I'm definitely not advertising, because it's not public. I've had a matchup where I played as the Hog player against Graveyard, and I absolutely smashed my Graveyard opponent by playing the only moves. But once again, those are only moves. If your opponent is well versed with the Graveyard, he's gonna beat you up every single time, and that's what we want InThrill to do. He has a dominant deck. He has the Goblin Hat, which is unbreakable in a way. He has the Bowler, which in most cases is gonna actually hurt InThrill. He'd rather have a faster cycle, but I just believe InThrill can do it. He's a smart guy. He can deduct where the bowler is worth playing and where it's not. Mighty Mire on the opposite side from DVJ, getting already a counterplay. This blower won't have to be countered. I mean, won't have to be covered, as the Firecracker on this bowler will be just borderline stupid. This ability I don't really hate, and by I don't really hate, I mean it's gonna kill the Firecracker. That's just beautiful stuff. Beautiful Furnace. This Firecracker will get the damage on the tower, so you have to have the Barbara for that. We play the Poison, and a very creative Tesla from the opponent. Honestly, I really like this play. I'm assuming InThrill will just cycle Bowler, and he does. Goblin Hat into the Earthquake position, that's also very good. For the Polish player, takes one hit. Oh, he plays Skeletons for no reason at least not the reason I understand. He plays the Hero Bowler. Very good stand, as he gets 2 hits on the tower, and right now the ball is on the DVJ's side to make something happen. And he goes with the E-Spirit. Very good stand from DVJ, preventing the Skeletons to come down instantly. But the Skeletons get so much damage, and Earthquake was necessary on defense. I think DVJ does not understand the matchup. You have to have the Earthquake first on defense, then Log. Log can be used on offense. Earthquake always has to go on defense against the Graveyard. That's just a very big mistake from the DVJ, taking a lot of damage, and that's what I said. When you're playing with the Hog against the Graveyard, you play only moves. If you mess up once, you're out of the game, and right now this pretty much proves the statement correct. InThrill plays the Goblin Hat late, will take second hog shot, but right now InThrill in a driving seat. I think he's gonna just go for graveyard. He's not going in, he just waits for his opponent. Bowler should come down momentarily. Goes with the furnace, now goes with the bowler, and unfortunately it's gonna be a very big splash for DVJ. Knight has to go at the bridge and graveyard in kind. He's not. There we go. Knight with the graveyard blocked by the Mighty Mara, and poison has to come down as well. Hog Rider will come down at the bridge as the countermeasure, and it does. Goblin Hut plays a late defense, and once again backward skeletons. They keep getting damage as DVJ opts to play the earthquakes on offense and not on defense. That's just a misunderstanding of the matchup. I think InThrill will start going for the naked graveyards at this point. Goblin Hut will be just enough to stall. Poison on offense, and right now InThrill just has to pre-play one more bowler. He pre-plays Knight, he has to block the Firecracker. He does not block the Firecracker. I think InThrill's run is over. He does not predict the Firecracker, and this game is as good as over. InThrill will be at 5-3 and a brutal loss in the matchup which I thought is easy to play, but apparently InThrill also loses it, which is brutal stuff. GG. Let's check out how Tytoń is doing. I think InThrill still has the chance to qualify. Like, he's gonna be having a slightly better opponent's game win rate, but it's gonna be so dire. I genuinely think it's gonna be difficult. Tytoń 5-3, so he closed down the series against Antonio. Beautiful stuff. Now both Polish players once again at 5-3, trying to go for a 6-3 kind of finish. Very risky one, but I believe the only chance right now for both of the guys. Tytoń getting a very good matchup in game number 1. Actually, the game number 1 matchup is god awful. Graveyard just hard counters, so I'm very surprised that he won. Yeah, Golden Hut and Furnace is more than enough to win that. And game number 2, I believe. Yeah, game number 2, I see how Tytoń can win. He just cheeses in single. But the later the game goes, the more advantage is going for Antonio, as the Hero Wizard can be alternative for the building to defend Hog. The Monk can pretty much just block the lane and allow your Hero Wizard to do whatever he wants. Tytoń pretty much has to win in single, and he probably did. Very nice stuff. Also, Antonio leaked 24 elixirs, so I'm just assuming he kinda got played in single elixir and he then just gave up. Brutal stuff. That being said, both of the Polish players are done for the round 8 out of 9, and we'll be able to treat ourselves with a top ladder game. I mean, with a top level game. I think Sabu against Sound Belikin will be very interesting to watch. John77, Adriel, another suggestion. Let's see. Surgical Golem versus Fate FR. Maybe I'm gonna watch this one. So many good matches now that I'm watching it. Let's see if where is Tourist? Mad Kid. He's 6-2, so he also got a 2-0 against his opponent. He really likes to play the RG, it seems, during this tournament. He's 6-2, so Tourist most likely will qualify if he locks. I think even if he loses, I think he's almost guaranteed. It's not gonna be quite there, but I think he's almost guaranteed. And I lost the connection once again because unfortunately I'll have to buy a new cable. This one is broken. Okay, but complaining aside, we have pretty much a lot of matches to choose from. Also Vitor 75 against Sosa. I think I'm gonna watch the San Belikin versus Sub. That looks the most interesting one. and 10 seconds we have for the next match to start. We'll see how these players gonna fare. Both Polish players 5 and 3, trying to get one more win and maximize their chances into qualifying. I think Tytoń officially is out. I'm pretty sure InThrill also is, but I want to delude myself that InThrill still has chances. Because if there's ever a thing that can be taught in Clash Royale is that you pretty much have to be very delusional to keep winning, and that's how these players live. You just keep winning despite the odds, against the odds, I would even say. It's just beautiful to see over and over again. Sub and Belukin are not playing, and I just told that I want to watch Vitor and Sosa as well. I think I'm gonna queue this game anyway, because like Sub is just taking too long to pick his deck. And here we go. Vitor 75, most likely with the graveyard against Sosa, who opts to play the Queen Pigs with guards and Spear Goblins. Very weird combination. Let's see if it's gonna work out. Wait, is he playing guards for a building? There's no way, right? Also Spear Goblins and guards to cover graveyard. That's just either a great matchup call from Sosa's coach, or just the biggest bluff in history of history. I'm genuinely so surprised. Because I'm pretty damn sure that the guards are there either for delivery or for cannon, and I don't see Sosa using delivery in any deck other than Queen Pig, so he'd played delivery already. I just think he played it instead of cannon, in which case like it's gonna be super weird. And Sosa misses the Fire Spirit. That's the exactly one thing that you want to hit, and he misses it. Right now, damage back to Vitor. Sosa instantly pressing, exactly what you want to do against graveyard, not allow them to build up a big push. Queen is gonna use the ability promptly, and she does. Evo Ice Spirit is there, and the cannon is the last card, so Sosa actually foregoing to use the delivery altogether. It's gonna be a brutal defense against the Evo Furnace. Turns out to be fine, at least better than I expected. Vitor could have very easily taken the tower here, as the Evo Furnace is very difficult to control. Archer Queen being played in the back, and I think that's just a bad graveyard from Vitor. Gets a poison against guards, but and Sosa does not pick up the backward skeletons. That's a huge mistake from Sosa. It's gonna hurt him long term. Queen has to pop the ability, and she does. She pops the thingy as well. The log pops a lot. The Queen will use the ability, and right now the pigs should be split. Yeah, that's pretty much how you want to play this matchup, and the guard sellout is just not it. Evo Cannon got too much value. Perfect Ice Spirit from Vitor. There's just no mistakes in his gameplay so far. Queen pressing the correct lane, cannon being played on defense, vines are there, so Sosa has to play the cannon, but the backward skeletons once again getting just enough damage to make it annoying. Pigs are coming down the lane, Earthquake comes down for the cannon, and Evo Furnace is just in time to prevent most damage. Still, a good chunk, 40-49, is Vitor's right tower. Poison instantly for the guards. Both players desperately trying to get last damage for their towers, and the backward skeletons getting damage for Vitor. That's not looking good for the German. Sosa right now trying to go for a mini push, spamming guards, spamming spears, and Hawks actually get a lot of damage. Furnace, bad play from Vitor. I think that's the game-winning move from Sosa. Plays the vines on defense. These picks have to be addressed. Evocan comes down, and I think the Sosa will steal the game. No, Vitor plays the vines on the last second, and it's gonna be the Portugal that's gonna take the game. Number 3. And it's gonna continue the flawless run in this tournament. Actually, about flawless tournament, I'm not sure because I haven't exactly seen. Okay, yeah, Vitor was 6-1, so not flawless tournament, but a very good score for the Portugal, especially after considering the fact that last month he didn't even make it to the no wait, Vitor made it to the group stage. No, I think Vitor made it to the group stage. Let me just check it. Not combined, Swiss stage. Vitor 75. Yeah, he just barely made it to the group stage. Oh yeah, Vitor actually advanced even to the monthly final. I mean, yeah, he advanced to the monthly finals. I completely forgot. He just underperformed in monthly finals. There we go. Vitor 75, he lost to Ruben, and then he lost to OP Sam. Yeah, so Vitor underperformed. Sucks for the Portugal. Let's see if he can make a better run this month. But we are back to the Swiss stage, as Tytoń and InThrill are in a desperate attempt to make a last-ditch effort and try to qualify for the CRL. Also, I haven't checked on the Juicy for a long time, and he's 5-3 as well. So golden run started was Juicy has started, and right now in dire straits. He's not that as comfortable as previously as he's like once again in the same exact position as InThrill and Tytoń. It's gonna be very difficult for him to qualify, and I genuinely believe it's actually, I think Juicy had a good tournament, so he may be actually in the running. Let's check the Juicy's history. Okay, oh, he was at 2-2. Yeah. Juicy's not making it. That's not this win rate. Oh, and he lost to Vadim. I thought the Juicy will be at 6-2 because he would win against Vadim Dmish. But it's just not the case. I'm wondering where is. Oh, and he got a win against, yeah, Juicy is not making it. Very good attempt, as the attempt of like reviving your esports career, but it's not gonna happen. Unfortunately, Juicy had too many unfortunate things going for him, and losing the important matches early on, like, it was just unfortunate. What else can I say? And I think we have to focus on InThrill once again against Bacon, who yeah, it's gonna be a very rough spot for both of these guys. Both of those know that they most likely won't qualify, but they still compete against all odds because there may be some miracle ready to happen. You just want to believe that there is something, and despite the tragic score. Also, I see that Bale is at 4-4, so obviously, as every single time, the group stage is just brutal for everyone. Surgical Goblin, I believe, yeah, he is at 6-2, so he has like actually a very good situation, as right now the win pretty much secures him a group stage tomorrow. So Surgical with a very good tournament, despite having one matchup being played against Mohamed Light, he still pretty much made his run. He won his matchups, and he's not slowing down anytime soon. The GOAT from 2019, 7 years later, still making it work. It's just impressive. To be, okay, I won't say so consistent because like he's not an S-tier player anymore that everyone fears. Some people even call him old man, which is kind of disrespectful, but he's kind of grounded because like Surgical is not the fastest cycle player, but at the same time like he can compete with the younger guys at a pretty decent rate, and that's actually pretty nice to see him that he's still competing in CRL in 2026. Right, we're 1.5 minutes away from of the last round, and after that I think I'm gonna just call the stream, as we've been live for a long time already. Where can I even check the time, right? We've been live for 4.5 hours. That's huge. Yeah, so it's gonna be pretty much like around 5 hours. It's usually how long it's usually how long the the lives last in general, but still it's kinda scary that some people have to actually like stay in full focus for these 5 hours, like discussing decks with their coach, being focused on the gameplay itself, holding nerves after very frustrating defeats, because obviously for 5 hours and being perfect, like only a handful of players can do that and be proud of their gameplay. Most of the guys make mistakes, and these mistakes like compound your confidence level into the negative. Like you have to pretty much be able to stay calm under the pressure, especially if you're like a public figure and you want to like impress your fans, like in case of the Surgical Governor or Juicy J. Like that's just not easy, especially if you're making stupid mistakes that cost you the game. I think that's just a very difficult thing to be a competitor in any field, including Clash. This is just a very difficult thing to do. I think I'm just running out of things to say, as I've burned through a 1.5 minute mark, and the games should be up and running very soon. Let's search for an InThrill versus Bacon. This match should start soon. InThrill has 70 seconds to build his deck, put it at the ready, and accept the match invite. And here he goes. It's do or die for InThrill. Even if he wins, he may not qualify, but he has to do his best. InThrill versus Bacon. Let's see who's gonna come out on top, as InThrill goes back to his well-trusted bait, throws a Goblin Barrel, gets a zap, gets zapped, and his opponent is playing Lava Hound. I think InThrill is happy with the matchup, as once again he is gonna be playing this type of tug of war of bait, trying to pretty much disrupt the Lava Hound and Lava to set up a one push that your opponent can't stop. Magic Archer played in the middle, controlling the entire board. InThrill too slow to play the ability, very sucks for him, but I think Rascals are unkillable in this matchup now. Just opts to eat, prepares the counterplay maybe, and he does. Okay, so I assume InThrill wanted to pretty much prepare the counterplay and make sure that if his opponent like played anything behind the Lava Hound, it would be pretty much like very easily punished. But his opponent was just happy to enjoy the Lava Hound damage, and that's a very valid play. Also, InThrill is not playing Rascal, so this matchup is definitely way more difficult than the last time he played this type of matchup. Right now it's gonna be pretty much Yeah, InThrill will have to pressure, and he will have to pressure hard. Also, his opponent is not playing DD Cage, so that's another story. The ground pressure will be stronger. He's gonna have to play more Valkyries and be happy to pretty much play in this way. 2 spirits and a cannon to fully counter Spirit Empress. It's 1 DD hit, and that's apparently okay. Goes with a Goblin Barrel and the Evo Valk. Gets not much from this exchange and plays the Magic Archer on offense, which I genuinely think is a valid play. Yep, InThrill has to keep on the press. The Goblin Cage will come down, and Goblin Brawler will go in front of the Lava Hound. Very good exchange for InThrill, who has to keep on pressing and make sure that this tug of war is not being won. Ability? No ability. That's very bad. InThrill has to keep on playing cards, and it's just gonna become like incrementally worse with every single second that he spends. Magic Archer has to go. InThrill chooses to play for the Goblin Barrel, and the Evo Zap is just the card of choice. Fire Spirit to stop the Spirit Empress. There has to be some tank, and unfortunately InThrill will drop a game number 1. Very unfortunate matchup, as he doesn't have Rascals this time. Will drop a game number 1. Very sucks. One takeaway from this game, I think, is that InThrill should be aware that his opponent has Fireball, and he should be fast enough to pretty much click the ability. He wasn't able to pull it off, and he kinda lost 2 Magic Archers for an even trade, which in this matchup you cannot go for even trades. You have to always trade positively against the Lava Hound. Very sucks for InThrill. Let's check how the Tytoń is doing, as he also is at 5-3, but with worse tiebreaker. He is playing against Ferdi, and let's check out on Tytoń. He is having a 1 tower, okay, not 1 tower lead, but like pretty much close to 1. Rhino is charged up and stopped by a Tesla. Very expensive trade for InThrill. The Hog makes his way. The Snowball has to come alone on offense. I mean on defense, sorry. And the Magic Archer is just lining up. Not good game number 1 for both of the Polish players, as they both will drop a game and put themselves in like pretty much must reverse sweep scenario, which is a weird word to say, but I think it pretty much describes the current situation very well. They pretty much have to win in order to stay alive in the tournament. Even if they do, it's still maybe not enough. Also, Mohamed Light against, I assume, Ta, getting a very good win. Just love to see it. Mohamed Light. And Ian77 against Vitor75. This matchup is not available, but I would love to see it, as both of these guys, like Ian77, obviously you cannot say he's underrated, because like he has so many English-speaking American fans, because like he objectively right now can be said is the best American player. And Vitor75, he's just so underrated, but I believe he's one of the guys that appeared in the most amount of World Finals in history of Clash Royale. He's not flashy, he doesn't win the tournaments, but he keeps on appearing in them. It's like the pretty much prime example of a competitor that is consistent enough to always be in the top 10, top 15, top 20, but just lacks something like that to pretty much win it all. I'm really a huge fan of Vitor75 because he's also a very nice guy. Like, you cannot hate him. Also, his playstyle is very similar to Mohamed Light, but he just makes slightly more mistakes. I think it can be pretty much said about most people. Most people at the top want to pretty much copy their playstyles of the Mohamed Light, being a very good defender at all times and being able to pretty much seize the advantage and hold onto it like it's your dearest Like it's your dearest value. That's how Muhammad Light at this plays. Like he's not scared of like getting 400 damage lead and making sure this 400 damage will be the margin of error. Like so many people get greedy, so many people want to close the game right here, right now. Muhammad Light just says, yo, if I'm nervous, my opponent is so as well. So I'm gonna keep playing the best micros. If he plays the best game, I'm gonna stay ahead for 400 damage. If he gets too greedy, he's gonna get 400 damage, but I'm gonna get 800, and the cycle goes on. Like this guy is just so good, and so many people try to replicate, and it's just not gonna happen, because if you're the best, no one else can replicate being the best without overthrowing you in the first place, and Muhammad Light has shown no signs of stopping anytime soon. Speaking of stopping Muhammad Light, in 2 minutes, I believe if I'm not wrong, I'm gonna check the guy's real API. Wait, that's JPP. I've looked it up today now. C9 URJ. Yes, that's this guy. No, that's Taki. That's another Japanese guy. Okay, so it's not Ta. Interesting. So Taki will have his chance to overthrow the Muhammad Light in the next game. Obviously, it's unlikely, but you always have to root for the underdog to have the best kind of comeback story, which doesn't make sense if you think about it, but okay, whatever. Also, very fun fact, this account that Teki is playing from is at level 74, so he doesn't even have level 16. There's so many people that are like level 90 and don't make it to the ultimate champion altogether. This guy not only made it to top 1k, he actually, what was his ranked finish this season? His ranked finish was 241. It's actually mad impressive. Yeah, guys, learn from guys like him, because overleveled Mega Knight is only Blockadianer's head. Unless it's overleveled Mega Knight played by Muhammad Light, then it's trouble. Then it's really an issue. Still, we're gonna be spectating InThrill, and yeah, I'm gonna be back in a minute.
Nie dawałem swoich spodni świni. O? To nie jest... Tak, to jest mój garnitur.
To jest twój garnitur, tak, ja ci go nawet rozpięłam, bo był taki w tym. I pokażę ci o co chodzi.
Nie siedziałem na żadnym mchaku po mrozie. Podejrzewam, że to, co się stało, to jest po prostu to, że ja sobie ten... Ostatnio jak zakładam ten garnitur, to chyba byliśmy na jakimś... na rocznicy, tak? No i co, wtedy sobie trochę pochodziłem po szosie po drodze. Ostatnio tak mi się... Przebiegł się na skuterze gdzieś co jakieś 20 minut. Podejrzewam, że mi się po prostu ten, spodnie po... Dobra. A jak je czyścić?
Mówię, tu jest szczoteczka. W ogóle to na samo będzie. Można ją lekko odwiedzić.
Jakieś 15, może nawet krócej, 7 zajmę.
Dobrze.
Guess who's back late again? InThrill. I hope he hasn't lost just yet, as we'd love to him to win. At least I did want him to win. Alright. And we have InThrill in game number 2, going back to his comfort with a mortar bait, facing off against Graveyard Freeze, but we play Poison instead of Freeze, just pawn picking consistency over cheese, which I really like for duels. And I think InThrill likes this matchup even more, as he has the Mother Witch for the graveyard and there's just no way in for Bacon. Very good matchup and very good win for InThrill. Getting back the confidence and trying to stay alive in this tournament at all odds. We just love to see it. Okay, Tytoń has ended his match. Let's see. He's at 5-3, so he had to equalize the game against Fedri. First game was unfortunate as it was this MK Hog matchup versus Logbait Double Prince. Yo, I didn't expect Tytoń to have both princes, usually run one or the other. And the last card being the Goblin Gang instead of one of the princes. And second deck, once again Tytoń going for a surprise. He doesn't play Lava that often and he just got Lava. And in fact, he got Lava versus a Mortar Bait, which is a bad matchup for Lava. And he still managed to pull it through. Nice stuff from Tytoń. Also, very good confidence boost because while InThrill got the win by having a very good matchup in Mother Witch against the Graveyard, Tytoń was having a bad matchup and he won it anyway, so that's even bigger confidence swing. You just gotta love to see it, and obviously guys like InThrill and Tytoń want to end up at least at 6-3, preferably 7-2, but it's out of their reach right now. The best they can do is to win next game, secure 6-3, and pray that tiebreakers will be kind enough for them to pretty much secure the spot. Let's search some guys, like battles. Let's say Surgical Goblin, 7-2, so Surgical qualified. That's super nice for Sergi. And he did in dominant fashion, 2-0, getting Mortar Bait first game against Giant Skeleton Loon. I know this matchup is disgustingly good for Mortar Bait, and he made it probably also look easy. And game number 2, Miner Marcher with the Inferno Tower to snipe something heavier, and he got something heavier. That's just excellent stuff. For Sergi, good matchups all together, gets it done in 2, and that has to feel good for the veteran of Clash Royale. Second month in a row getting to the group stage, just gotta love to see it. And we are gonna be playing the last games very soon. Ruben also at 9-0. He lost 4 games during this party, but other than that, Ruben appeared to be the guy that was the most dominant out of all. That's just lovely to see it. Obviously not the most crowns, but still like a big amount. Only guy that comes close to the conversation, to the, for instance, Sam Belkin, with who I assume he's going for like a lot of 3 crowns. That's just beautiful standings. Also Mugi 4th place, Clown 3rd. Yeah, that's beautifully looking bracket. Adriel closing down on 8-1. I believe the matchups, aka not the matchups, the bracket will shuffle a bit, since some people will win, some people will lose, and the opponent match win rate will be calculated, which will be like the final tiebreaker and the very important tiebreaker for guys like InThrill, on whether they can like make it in the first place. InThrill 235, for instance. I don't think that's the correct representation, as after the win he's gonna be closer to a 100, and with good tiebreaker he's gonna break through this 64. Let's just hope for the best. And once again I lost the connection. That's gonna keep happening until I get the better cable, so you kinda have to live with, like stick with me with that, and I just hope it's not gonna happen anytime soon. And it happened once again instantly. Just don't happen during the game, please. Don't happen during the game. I'm gonna be super grateful. Please and thank you. Have a nice day. Okay, I'm I'm communicating too much emotions to just the USB cable, but at the same time it kinda ruins the experience, so maybe I should have. It's okay to be aggressive when you kinda care about something, right? Am I not crazy? I am not crazy. Please say I'm not crazy. Thank you. I'm crazy for talking to myself, but that's besides the point. I'm running out of things to say as I'm waiting for InThrill to go into the game. He even decided to queue with his deck before his opponent. He's already so ready to duke it out. It's up to Bacon to bring the fight to the InThrill 1-1. We just want to see the game of Clash Royale being played, and just best of luck for InThrill, as he will need it. Like, he will need a lot of it. And we are in the game. I actually missed the exact time where they started playing, so we'll jump into the game right here, right now. It's gonna be InThrill versus Bacon. InThrill playing with Pigs and Furnace, and Bacon will be playing Mortar Bait. Usually in these types of matchups, the Mortar Bait is doing fine if they have the Skeleton King. If they don't, it's gonna be a match for Pigs. So it's pretty much the matter of what's your mini tank. And Bacon playing with Miner, so he still can be heavy. And InThrill not playing Pigs, he's gonna be playing 3 Musketeers. And Bacon unfortunately ready for that. Okay, so 3 Musketeers unfortunately is not having the matchup against Mortar Bait. That's the thing I'm gonna say right now. And I just hope InThrill knows how to play this matchup, because especially with Lightning, it's gonna be brutal. Pigs come down the lane, Mortar in kind, and that's a very good set of Pigs, because it forced out the Mortar, and Mortar right now cannot be played against 3 Musketeers, so InThrill probably looking for the timing that looks something like that. Plays the Furnace in the back, tries to apply pressure. He's gonna eat the Dark Goblin. Okay, he's not gonna eat the Dark Goblin, tries to stop it, and fails immensely. That's not looking great for the for InThrill. Plays Zappies as well, pretty much banking it all on the fireball bait aspect of this game, and probably for the reason that his opponent wasted the fireball. So smart pick in this way, but at the same time, what do you do about the lightning? Like, your opponent will just out-chip you at this point. You have to force the fight into your opponent. Do you drop the ability? You don't drop the ability. Okay, fair enough. You keep stacking the value. You play the Evil Furnace. Do you even sell out at this position? You do. We play Evil Pigs and we try to sell out. Evil Mortar is being forced out. Okay, so right now InThrill is actually selling out. I thought it's gonna just be a pressure pigs, but he actually tried to sell out and gets a hit for his efforts. I don't think it's enough. I think InThrill needed way more. Also, Bacon does not reveal his last card. It's gonna most likely be an Evo, as he plays with one Evo so far, and if he didn't play an Evo, I think it would be... It's an Evo minion horde, and the Furnace gets a big connection. It is a very good situation right now for InThrill. Even though he is not up in damage, he got a very big momentum swing, and he can use this momentum swing to pretty much get his damage back. Furnace set up on the opposite side. Three Musketeers are all about the pressure. You pretty much want to play this deck as if it's a bridge spam, not a cycle deck, not control, just a bridge spam. Gets a very good fireball, even though it doesn't connect to the tower. The Furnace does, and the Fire Spirit is on the tower. And the minion horde is going down the lane. InThrill has to kite this minion, and he does. Dark Prince continues to kite. The Zappies will be good enough, as these Zappies cannot be taken out of the board. Beautiful play from InThrill. Right now he secured a very good damage lead, as right now the lightning officially cannot out damage the fireball, and the pigs secure even more damage. Right now all InThrill has to do is to stop this mortar. If he does, he has to stop also this cannon card, and he does. And right now he just has to play the Dark Prince ability, and he does. InThrill, I think, takes the game number 3, and he's gonna put himself in this 6-3 scenario that he wanted and he needed, and he got it. GG, well played. InThrill at 6-3. Let me check quickly how is Tytoń doing, as he was also in a clutch game against Ferdi. We didn't go to the game because Tytoń already ended his game himself, and he's at 6-3 as well, so very good showing in the last games from the Polish guys. I don't think either of them qualifies, as their tiebreaker is objectively abysmal, but let's see, maybe other people did even worse. In Clash Royale, unfortunately, after losing, the second best thing to do is to win, and I know these guys are capable of doing that. So let's see if that was enough. There are still a couple of active battles. Maybe we should like spectate Tytoń versus John 77. Why not? It's still ongoing. 10 last seconds. Tytoń actually losing to John 77, I would say a huge upset. As you would expect Kita to pretty much use his experience and beat John, especially in this matchup. I don't think Logbait has the advantage. You have the Log, you have the Berserker. Very good stuff from John 77, who just gets a win against Tytoń. Wonderful stuff. And from other matchups, I don't think there's anything interesting. Igor 7-2, Michael Olise 6-3, so Igor doesn't even need... Wait, oh, this matchup ended, okay, so Igor just won. Yeah, but that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty much it, and I think in about half an hour the opponent average win rate will be published on the website. I'm not gonna be here anymore to kinda analyze that. I think you guys, if you are interested, you can check it by yourself. I'm gonna just post the link to the tournament
so you can check it by yourself. And I genuinely am in shock that unfortunately Polish players most likely won't qualify. I thought at least Tytoń will qualify, or at least InThrill, like at least one of the guys. Previous month was pretty much like was a treat for Polish people because two players were in the group stage and both of those were like one win away, like any win away from qualifying to the monthly finals. This month is gonna be more difficult, and actually results are in, so we can check them together. Ruben, obviously, actually Ruben and Clown are at 9-0, so two people with perfect score. Very nice to see. Ruben better opponent win rate though, and the difference is actually immense, 70 versus 61. And mind you, both of these guys haven't lost a single set. Like they lost single game, but not lost a single set. And the difference between those, like, it's pretty much RNG, you can say. Clown couldn't have done anything better from his position. Like he did everything he could, and he still was like 7% behind Ruben. So I'm thinking there's actually a sliver of chance that maybe InThrill got lucky. We're gonna check it. From 6 and 3, first of all, we're gonna see if there are any spots. Alright, so there are 6 and 3 from 59. There are 5 spots with 6 and 3, and unfortunately our guys are not there. It's Yoru, Mega Droid, Steve, Boss CR, Kalsap, and Dark. And I think that's gonna be a final score. Wait. Yeah, that's gonna be a final score. The rest of the guys, like I said, the tiebreaker will be brutal because rest of the guys pretty much, they also made it to 6 and 3, but had like way lower second column percentage, which is opponent win rate. Yeah, that's just brutal, man. Also, Erbachi having 49.40 opponent win rate while having 7-2 is insane, which means like he probably just won against a couple of guys that then decided to rage quit and throw games on purpose. So like pretty much every guy that he faced then had a very huge tilt. Very fun to think about it that way. I'm gonna check actually the final standing. InThrill, yes, InThrill will be above the Tytoń. That's something that I predicted. He's gonna be at place 90 with 59.30 opponent win rate. Juicy also there, and Tytoń not even that far off, 56.80 opponent average win rate, which honestly at this level is just a gamble. You either get it or not, but at the same time, like I said, you can always try to maximize it by staying on the top of the bracket. So if you start the tournament poorly, you have to go for 7 and 2. If you don't get 7 and 2, your journey is over, and that was a very good example. In InThrill and Tytoń, they did everything they could, but after succumbing to 3 losses before the tournament is over, like, your tournament is pretty much over as well. Alright, so pretty much unfortunate. We're gonna see exact group stages being played out tomorrow, but I won't be able to cast it because I will be actually out enjoying my time with family. So yeah, thanks for watching and have a blessed weekend. See you guys next time. Bye bye.